I opened the hospital software and started to look for any bugs. I have been going line by line, running each screen and checking to see how that screen works with different options. It is on the reprint screen I found a major bug. The screen runs like this. The operator clicks the view button, enters the voucher number, then the data of the voucher is shown on the screen and the print button is enabled. If the data is not found, then the print button is disabled. The problem is where the data shown in each column on the screen should be locked and disabled to make any entry. But the patient ID not disabled. The operator can enter the patient ID and the patient name changes on the screen. If the print is clicked, the voucher is printed with a new patient ID. It could be a major bug because it will enable the operator to issue multiple voucher printouts on a single payment and he can pocket the money. I checked other screens and they are all same with patient ID is not disabled. I called Nandini and explained the problem it could create. For the time being, told her to take some action that they could not reprint the vouchers. She can disable reprint option for the operators. We will correct the bug and update the software there. I called the developers and gave them a warning about letting this kind of bug go unnoticed. Asked them to correct it immediately and update the software in the hospital today itself, before any operator found it and uses it for his own needs. They went away. I looked at the time, it is around 4 p.m. I called Sunitha and Mahira, asked to come for tea. By the time they arrived, I prepared 3 cups of tea and put them in front of them. After having tea with Mahira, I went out to have a fag. I called the driver, gave him precise instructions to go to my parents' place. I told him to go on SV Road towards Dadar and cross to east over the Dadar flyover and go to Dadar TT, from there to Wadala bus depot and turn left before the bus depot and pass the Wadala market and he will reach the P&T quarters. There my brother will let you inside the gate. You take a U-turn and be ready to leave when everyone sits in the car. He went away and I called home and informed him about the driver coming there to pick them up. As soon as Dad reaches home they should start from there. Don't forget about the instructions I gave in the morning. She should be brought into our house masquerading as his wife. If somebody is watching they should think some guests are coming to our house and it's not Loveleen. He said he will take care of that. By the time they reached our office, I told the driver to drive into the office parking. It is getting dark. We made the office grounds a little dark and they went to our house through the connecting gate. I am sure they would not try to gate crash our house. Everything settled down for us. I asked Sahithi to show them the rooms allotted to them and make whatever changes they want. My brother is very enthusiastic about getting himself a room at our house. I sat with Loveleen and asked her what is going on in Delhi. She explained how the rumor has turned and came back onto her. I said it would give her father good reason to punish Guru in the eyes of his distractors. Let us see how this plays out. I don't think on this point the central leadership would take any kind of action on him. She said that is true, they don't dare do something on this now. I said I hope everything works out in our favor. I asked Loveleen as Dhruv is walking. She said he catches up things and moves a little. If we catch his hands he would walk. I asked did he talks. She said words like mama he speaks. I told him mama and he repeats mama. I let the kids play and went and sat in the library. I looked at the notes on my table. I noted down to meet Shaka Pramukh. I was checking the document Sunitha prepared when Sahithi came to ask to come for dinner. I said I am coming and closed the document and got up and went behind her to dining hall. Mom, Dad, and brother with Sunitha were already sitting at the table. I went and sat on a chair. I thought when was the last time I had sat for dinner or lunch with them. After coming back to Bombay with Sneha I had not sat with all of the family for eating. The last time I remember was when in village and father came for a visit and we sat down in the night for dinner together. I remember that because Dad scolded me for eating too much pickles. Now, my sister went away after marriage. I said we are having dinner together after a long time. Mom said yes after a long time. I could not remember when we had dinner together. I concurred with her. It seems my brother Ram and Loveleen got connected in these 2 days. He is sitting beside her at the table and was explaining the dishes to her and generally biting her ears. I didn't worry about Loveleen because she can take care of herself. If she wants to be friends with him, I don't have any problem. What is my relationship with her? We are just friends. I know how to be within my boundary. I always keep boundaries with ladies. It's like they have to approach me, not me them. Sneha, Sahithi, Sunitha all have approached me first. Loveleen had hit my scooter with her car and gave her card to me and asked me to meet her. Then, when I forgot her, she came over to my house in the guise of seeing the children. She has asked us to have a party at her house. She took to me to Delhi for setting up the office. She is the one who hit on my nerve by crying and made me help her with Guru. From that time, I was planning for her one way or other. I am being rewarded, that is another matter. Sunitha asked my mother how is Kumar when he was small. She replied these two were very naughty boys from their childhood. Kumar jumped from the cradle when he was months old, and once he walked away to a market when he was 2 years old. Some good Samaritan brought him home. These two used to do a lot of silly things and get scolded by their father. These two used to create playful things that used to be a rage with other children, and they used to perform theater on the terrace and used call all the children from surrounding areas. Their Diwali preparation needs to be separately mentioned. They used to take my father's medicine stone and used to bring all the ingredients from the market and prepared crackers. So many things like that. Sunitha asked when they are so close, why now they are so apart. Kumar was in 8th and Ram was in 10th. Their dad went away to work outside the city. From then on they started to grow apart. Then we went to Visaj, from there to the village. They slowly started to grow apart. Earlier they used to fight for small things, later they stopped fighting altogether. After finishing my dinner, I got up to wash my hands. I went over to Loveleen's compound and lit a fag and asked the watchman how is it going. He said everything seems okay, no one has come over. Finishing my fag, I snubbed it with Chapal and came back to my house. Went over to the library, sat down. My mother brought some books and put them on the table. I looked up at her. She said these are for your library. Sahithi said you are having a library here. So, I brought some of your books from the house for you. I said okay, thanks. I will check them, put them in its place. Do you want some books? She said if you have something new then give me. I said these books you may not like. Check this shelf, we have James Hadley Chase and Perry Mason books here. If you have not read any of them, you can take them. She took some books from the shelf and sat in front of me. She asked, you have a beautiful house here, why are you shifting there? It is not as beautiful as this one. I said that house has more rooms. I want us to shift from these 2 bungalows and want to vacate them to give for rent. She asked why to give for rent when you are using them. I said I am not just renting. We are renting for movie production houses. We will get a good rent and these will be used until we find some use for them. I put all the 4 buildings in the name of children. These buildings are in a kind of trust and whatever income we get will be in the name of the children. I and Loveleen put up 5 lakhs each as capital to run the kids' firm. We are supplying computers with that money. Even something happens to us, kids will be looked after. She asked why are you talking like that? I said we don't know what happens in the next minute. Did we think Sneha would die in an accident? I am just being careful. You don't have to worry about us. Check Ram, he seems getting smitten by Loveleen. She said it is not like that, he is just helping her. You were helping her all this time, were you smitten by her? I said it was different between us. I am helping her and getting paid for it. It is a business relation with us. How do you think we got these 3 houses? It was all hard work. I did not earn them in any illegal way. We have all put our hard-earned money into the company. We also got good return when we sold the hotel off. It looks like a short time, but I have been putting in my hard work from the time I came here from Hyderabad. Sneha's grandparents sent some money as her share. I put the money in children's name. I am trying my best for the kids. She said you seem to work very hard. Take some rest. Ram was telling you called up at 5 a.m. to bring Loveleen to our house. You seemed tense about Loveleen these days. I said I have called him at the right time. I could not go back to sleep then. Later I had a shut-eye in my office. Once these things get streamlined I can have some rest. She got up saying okay, you take care, good night. She went to the hall maybe to watch some TV. Among the books, there are Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, etc. I put them separately. I have read these when I was small. Maybe reading now they may shed different light. I continued to read the ones I am reading. After some time, I went over to the hall and sat on sofa. They were discussing some business matters. Children are running around. Sunitha must have asked what software can we make. They were giving suggestions based on their experiences. I was not listening to them, my mind was somewhere else. Suddenly I got up from the sofa and went out of the gate and went towards the way to the beach. As I was walking, Mr. D'Souza came to me and was telling me something. I said to him to come with me. He was walking with me and talking about something. Nothing was going into my mind. I went into the opening opposite D'Souza's house towards the beach. There was a dim light from the opposite side buildings. I went to the beach near the water. My legs touched something. I looked down and it was a lady and I checked her pulse. I told D'Souza to go and call for an ambulance. She is alive. Until the ambulance arrived I gave her first aid. I tried to remove water from her lungs by giving CPR. When the ambulance arrived, I let them take the lady in. I gave them my card if they needed further information for the police. I sat down on the sand and asked D'Souza to tell me what he was talking. He said he had to get some payments. I said Sunitha is looking after that, he should ask her. When his daughter's exams finished, tell her to come and meet me. I will give her full-time job. He asked me, how did you know the lady was in the water? Did you see her from your building? I said no, I had a bad feeling and I came over here to check, without knowing what it is. Then I found her lying there and rest. You know who she might be, he asked. I said I have no idea. I lit a fag into a drag. I asked him, do you want one? He said he did not smoke. A constable approached and asked, are you Mr. Kumar? I said yes. Did you report the lady who had drowned? I said yes. He said RSI sir has told me to pick you up and bring you to the station. We have a jeep waiting, I can take you there. I said I prefer to come in my own transport. Mr. D'Souza, please come with me. I will pick up my car from the parking. We walked over to the office parking, picked the keys from the watchman and I drove behind the jeep to their station. I entered the station and he took me to their SI. He told us to sit. C asked me, so, you have an office near where you found the lady? I said yes, we have our house side by to that. What were you doing there, he asked. I said after dinner as my family came over I came out to have a fag. I was walking in the beach and I almost fell over her. I checked her pulse and asked Mr. D'Souza, indicating him sitting beside me, to call for an ambulance as she has a pulse. He asked, how do you know she has a pulse? I said after seeing her body there, the first thing I checked is her pulse. He asked, do you know how to check pulse? I said I had worked in grandfather's clinic for 2 years. I know about pulse and first aid, etc. So, what did he do? Indicating Mr. D'Souza. I said he has a house in front of the entrance to the beach. I know he has a phone, so I told him to call for an ambulance while I gave her CPR. When the ambulance came, I handed her to them. Do you know the name Jocelyn Fernandez? I said I never heard the name. He said she was reported missing 2 days back by their family. I said I see. If I see her I might recollect something, but I don't think I heard the name. Okay, let us go to the hospital and see how she is. Her family wants to meet you. I said let us go. We came out and seeing me getting into the car, he asked what kind of business do you do? I said software. He said okay, then follow us. We followed them to the hospital. He took us to her hospital room when she was kept. Outside the room, her parents are sitting on a bench. Seeing us they got up and asked, did you get any information? He said we are inquiring. He took me to look at her. I looked at her, she seemed of average height. Round face, a little dark. I shook my head and said I never laid my eyes on her. We came out and I asked his father, who is she? He said she is our daughter. We call her Joy. She has returned from the USA some time back. She was married there and her husband was torturing her, and with the help of her friends there she escaped from him and came over here. She was staying with us and she went in search of a job and went missing after her interview. What was she doing there in the USA, I asked. He replied she has done MS there and was working as software engineer. I said oh, okay. The SI said, when you said your business is software, I thought she might have come to your firm for the job interview. I said we had not called any job interviews. We are just starting and we have very few projects. If you want, you can check with Vikola Shaka Pramukh about us. We are helping him with some software works. He said we will do that. Can you give him his number? I said I don't have it with me. The phone book is at my office. If you want, I can call and get it. He said no need. We will meet him personally to inquire. He showed the father the card and said, is it where your daughter went for the interview? He looked at it and said no, the interview was at Cuff Parade. The SI said to him she was found behind their office on the beach. He said, is it so? Is he the one who found her? The SI said yes and gave her first aid and called for an ambulance. What did the doctors say? The father said they said she should be okay in a day or two. Now she is under anesthesia and she was put on ventilation. I gave my card to the father and said you call me with updates tomorrow. If I get some free time I will come and visit. I asked the SI, can I go now? He said if we need further information we'll call you. Looking at the card, I said fine and left with D'Souza. I drove back to the house and parked in the office parking and let D'Souza go to his house. I went to my house through the gate. When seeing me, Sahiti asked, where did you disappear? I said I went to the beach and found a lady who almost drowned. We called an ambulance and sent her to the hospital. We went to the hospital with the SI and came back from the hospital. She asked who is we. I said when I found the lady, D'Souza was with me. He was asking about pending payments. I looked at Sunitha and asked, is there pending payments of his? She said last month's payments I have cleared. This month's payments I will give on 1st of Feb. I said okay. Father asked who is she? I said I don't know, they call her Joy and she returned from the USA because there was some problem with her husband there. I think her husband has something to do with her drowning. I have done what I could have done. It is not our headache. I asked Sahiti, did the children sleep? She said I think they are sleeping. They are in their room. Dhruv is also there with them. He has become super active after getting to walk. He runs with the others. I nodded my head to that. I sat down on the sofa. There is a movie running on the TV. I looked at the TV. When the time came for sleep, Loveleen said they should go and sleep in her house in the guest room. I took them through the gate and asked the watchman to open the door and showed them the rooms and returned back. I went to the bedroom and sat on the bed with my back to the bedhead. After 5 minutes, Sahiti came over and sat on the bed. She cozied up to me and sat beside me. I looked at her. She seemed to want to have sex. But I was not feeling as I was feeling with Sunitha. I would get aroused by the touch of Sunitha. Sahiti started to press her chest on my hand. I adjusted and lay on the bed. She lay beside me, putting her hand on my chest, started to rub on my chest. Then she started to come down to my crouch to arouse me. When I am aroused, she started to ride me until she is satisfied and rolled aside. I did not utter a single word. I reached and picked the packet of fags and lit a fag. I inhaled the smoke and let it out. Looking at the ceiling, I completed the fag and snubbed it in the ashtray. I looked at Sahiti. She is sound asleep. Maybe pills have helped her. I waited for 5 minutes. I got up, switched off the lights and went over to Sunitha's room, and knocked lightly on the door. After a minute, Sunitha opened the door. I went in and locked the door. I asked her, are you asleep? She said no, I just changed. I asked, where is Loveleen? She said she is sleeping with the children for today. Chitty gave her place to her and she is sleeping on the floor. I went and sat on the bed. She came and stood in front of me. I said, I will never get tired of you. In what way? She asked. I said, looking at you. She came closer and I caught her by her ass, pulled her closer. Having satisfied myself, I rolled off her and lay beside her. She said, you were a little different today. I said, Sahiti had a go at me. I did not get satisfied and I came to you. She said, oh, that is the reason you were a little aggressive with me. I got up, dressed and said bye and came out of the room. Sunitha. I felt odd about Kumar's behavior in the bed. I asked him that. He replied Sahiti tried to seduce him and he was not satisfied with her and came to be me for comfort. What that could mean? It could be only mean one thing: he would be coming back to me even with Sahiti being normal again. I don't know, I have to be happy or sad. Do I have to be happy that he would return to me for comfort, or to be sad because Sahithi is coming in competition with me? Let me deal with one thing at a time. Tomorrow I have to go to Godrej for submitting the quote. Let me get a good night's sleep. I got up a little early and readied myself and dressed up. I heard a knock on the door and opened the door. It is Kumar with 2 coffee cups in his hand. He said, I am coming with you to Godrej for submitting the quotation. I said okay. He handed me the cup and sat down on a chair. I thought he came over to my room like yesterday. But he acted normal, and also he did not lock the door. I heaved a sigh of relief that I don't have to dress again. I took the coffee and started sipping it. He picked a fag from the cupboard and lit it. I asked, your parents have come back from Loveline's house? He replied, I don't think so. I have not seen them since morning. I asked, what are your plans for today? He said, first we have to visit Godrej, then we have to visit Shaka Pramukh, and if we get time we might go and visit the lady who almost drowned. I asked which hospital she is in. I said she is in Nanavati Hospital. I said yes, while returning home we can visit the hospital. I will print the quotes and be ready. He said, have breakfast and go. I said, I print them and come, then we can have breakfast and go. He said, why don't you print in the library? I said, good idea. Why, I did not think about it. I was thinking I have to go to office to print them. Let us go. He snubbed the butt and picked the cups, and we both came out of the room. His mother must have just come from Loveline's house. She looked at us coming out from my room. There is an expression on her face, and Kumar must have understood it. He said, I went to give coffee to her and discuss today's agenda. She nodded her head and went away. I asked him why you are giving an explanation to her. He said, I know my mother. She wants to ask, why are you coming out of her room? So, I said, we are discussing business. Come, let us print the quote. We went to the library and printed the quote and put it in a folder and came to the dining room. Chitty came and placed breakfast on the table. We completed the breakfast and came to the hall. Before anyone can ask, Kumar said, we are going to meet a client, then we'll go to Vikola Shaka to meet Pramukh. Did he have the sentiment that if anyone asks, where are you going when going out, the work will not be successful? It might be the other way. He might be explaining to them because they want to ask but could not ask because of their sentiment. He knows his parents very much. He did not want to hurt their feelings and give explanations beforehand. That could be the reason he could convince them to let him marry Sahithi when Sneha went away. He must have got the habit of handling people from this. He said, Dad, if you want help to go to the office, let Ram drop by bike, or Loveline's driver can also drop by car. You can decide how you want to go. He said, I took leave for the day. We want to spend the day with the kids. He said, okay then. We will come back, and we went to office parking. Kumar sat in the car and looked at his watch and said, we are not early. I said, by the time we reach there they will be in the office. I confirmed the timings. He said okay and started to drive. We reached the Godrej and parked and went to meet the purchase manager. We handed the quotations and Kumar said, this quote for typists and stenos. We are offering them at a discount. I know how much they suffer because they had to retype just for a small mistake. He asked, did Sahithi told you? Kumar said, from my personal experience I am offering an extra discount for them. These prices are only applicable for typists and stenos systems. We can't supply other systems at this price. I am paying for them from my own pocket. He said okay, I will speak with our MD and let you know. We came out of the office and sat in the car. I asked, are you really paying for the discounted prices? He said no, these are specially made for typing work, other are made for application work. This way he will consider upgrading their typewriters to computers. How long will they suffer the typing? We went over to Vikola from there. Seeing us, he got up and shook hands. I had already met him many times. He asked me, what has brought you to our humble Shaka? I said we went to meet a client and came from there. He said, please sit down. Will you have something to drink? Perhaps tea. Kumar said tea is okay. It seems he will be there for some time to discuss things. My estimate was correct. Kumar gave him some reports and they were discussing the strategies for around 3 hours. He was showing the reports and explaining the area's composition of people and how they should be handled. Shaka Pramukh was noting with a pencil Kumar's observations on those reports. Kumar's understanding of the people was very much evident from his discussions. He was offering something for an area and something else for another area. He must have spent a lot of time understanding the people and their requirements. In one area people wanted a bakery as they could not get pav in their area. Some area people were demanding a temple because someone has damaged it during the riots. Things like that can be done before the elections, and where it can't be done now can be used in promises. He has covered the Bombay area in his reports and said he will prepare similar reports if these were successful in the next 6 months. Then they can take up similar works for the state. It seems Shaka Pramukh is very impressed with the observations and said he will immediately speak with the leaders and will start implementing the observations. I am sure I have not wasted my time and money engaging you. Thank you for everything. Kumar said what is thanks between friends. Next, he explained finding the lady on the beach and calling for an ambulance and his further interactions with the police. He noted down the police station name and said he will have a chat with the SI there. Kumar got up and said we will go and meet the lady. They said her name is Joy. He said okay and got up and shook our hands and made a call. It must be to his leaders. We came out and sat in the car. I said it took a long time for this meeting. He said we have to give value for the money. Without asking he sent us a 10 lakhs check and gave the hospital project. If they come to power we can expect some good projects from them. They have a lot of clout in Bombay and also in Maharashtra. From there we drove to Nanavati Hospital through Bilparal. On the way we purchased some fruits and a flower bouquet. We parked the car and he picked the fruits and I picked the flower bouquet and went to the lady's room. Her father is sitting beside her on a chair. Seeing us he got up and said come in and said to Joy this gentleman took you out of the water and called for an ambulance. She said thanks. Kumar asked did she tell you what happened? Her father said she could not remember what happened. Doctors said she got retrograde amnesia. She could not recollect that day's events. She did not even remember going to the interview. I was just standing aside and listening to all this. I looked at her and said hey Joy, it is you. I could not recognize you with all these pipes and all. I turned to Kumar and said she and I are friends from school. We went to the same junior college also. Her father said you chat, I will go and bring some tea, and went away with a flask. Kumar sat down on a chair and I sat on the edge of the bed and asked her what happened. You have changed a lot. You seem to have aged 10 years since I last saw you. Joy said I went to the USA to study MS and there a senior was behind me. By the time I completed my MS he has proposed to me and we married there with our parents' approval. After marriage, he started showing his true colors. At first, he started asking for money. I thought he must be having financial problems and I lent him money. Slowly he started pressurizing for more and more money. When all my money evaporated, due to his pressure I got liquidated my own assets. When he has run through the money he started pressurizing to get from my father. He was addicted to drugs and started harassing for money and started beating her with a belt. His company has removed him for his job finding him addicted to drugs. Then he became more aggressive. With any work he used to stay in the house and started selling household items. He pawned all my jewelry. He did not let me have any money. He would empty my bank account as soon as my salary arrived. I did not have money for filling my car with petrol. I had to hide my credit card and used to fill my car. One day he got hands on that also. Unable to go to office, I asked for help and with some friends helped me to reach India. Then I started to look for a job here. I remember I got a call from a company in Cuff Parade and that's all I remember. I said I am sorry. You had endured so much. When I heard you went to USA for further studies I thought you were enjoying there. I did not know you were suffering so much. Joy said forget about me, I came back to India. What were you doing all this time? I said after my degree and I joined for air hostess and after 6 months training I was working as air hostess for Indian Airlines then Air India. Then I was suspended and when my hearing was on that day there was a bomb blast at Air India office and my records were destroyed and I am still serving suspension. Joy said so, you don't have any work now? I said no I am working with Kumar, he is my boss. Joy asked what are you working? I said I am operations director for this software company. Joy asked you are working in a software company. Get me a job in your company. Kumar interjected and said, you become well, I will give you some job. Don't worry about job. I said, see, you don't have to worry about job now. You relax for now. When you are well enough to work, come and meet us. Your father has the address. Joy's father came with tea in the flask, poured 2 cups and gave us. We drank the tea, got up and said we'll come later, and came out of the hospital. I said, what she made her life. If you can't raise your voice, one should not marry. She should have stopped giving him money in the beginning only. He said, until you face the situations you will not know, and started the car and reached our office. He parked the car in the office parking, got out and lit a fag. I said, I will be in my room, and went over. Kumar. I looked out at the pawn shop. Mr. D'Souza is chatting with the pawnwala. I went over and told him, your payments will be released on the 1st of February. He said, thanks. I said, I went to meet the lady we found. She seemed to forget what happened to her. I brought a pocket of fags from the pawnwala, returned to the office. I went to Sunitha's room and asked her, are you coming for lunch? She said yes. We both went to house and went to dining hall. Mom is supervising the preparation of lunch. I asked, have you completed preparation? Mom said, just a minute, I will serve the lunch. I went and sat beside Sunitha at the table. Chitty brought the dishes and placing them on the table. I asked her, where are the children? She said they went to school. I said, Mom and Dad wanted them to be at house. She replied, Bobby dropped them at the school while going to the office. I said, okay, then. I asked, where is Loveleen? She replied, she is sitting with Dhruv in children's room. I completed the lunch and went to kids' room. Dhruv is sleeping and Loveleen is sitting and reading a book. I asked, you are also reading? She said, I did not have any work, so I picked a book from your library. These books are great time pass. I said, that is the reason I always keep a book or 2 when I am traveling. If I don't have any work or to be waiting for something, then books comes for rescue. Okay, you continue your reading. I don't disturb reading people. I went back to the office. I looked at the pending works. I called Nandini and spoke to her, just chit-chatting. Then called Kurat and inquired about his wedding date. Nothing to do, I went and lay on the sofa and closed my eyes. I said to Shaka Pramukh that I will give reports for the whole state. Bombay data I could get from various sources. But how could I get the whole state data? Or should I ask him to get this data from various places around the state? Yes, I should do that. He has to ask his various Shaka Pramukhs around the state to get the relevant information. This way I don't have to be involved in their data collection anymore. They could collect the data and they could take remedial steps. Whatever they could do, they should do it immediately, and whatever they could not, they should make a list and offer them as promises for when they came into power. I think one problem of mine is solved. The phone rang and I opened my eyes and got up and lifted the receiver. It is the SI. I asked to tell me, what can I do for you? He said he was called by the Maharashtra Sena office, and they have explained how you have helped them in many ways. They have also told me you have some kind of visions and tell about the future. Did you see something about her? I said I did not see anything. I felt an urge to go to the beach, so I went and D'Souza came with me asking something. When I touched the body with my leg, I checked the pulse and told D'Souza to call the ambulance. He said it seems she could not remember what happened to her. It is better you come to the station and give your statement in writing. That way we can close the case with no clues to the suspect, as the victim is suffering from amnesia and could not remember anything. I said I will come over to give my statement. I noted down what I have planned with the Maharashtra Sena, else I might forget it. I prepared 2 cups of tea and took them to Sunitha's room. I put one in front of her and sipped mine silently. Completing my tea, I went to the backside and lit a fag, and looked into the sea. It seems someone had thrown Joy from a boat into the water. At far some boats can be seen. Who could have done it? Did her husband come over to India? Did he take her out to the sea on some pretext and threw her overboard? Can we ever know what happened with her amnesia? I went to the parking, took the bike and reached the police station. I gave my statement in writing and returned back to the office. After 1 week I sat in the office looking at the accounts statements. We are comfortable for another year with our liquid assets and expenses for the firm. We are not very good as a software firm. Maybe I did a mistake starting a software firm. Because I don't know much about software development or marketing or sales. I only know management, so should I concentrate on management than thinking about development? But the developers are not taking initiative in the development process. Neither is the marketing team. I have to prod and give ideas for them to follow up. But with some luck, we are doing fine according to the accounts. We have profitability at 25% of the sales. We can expect some projects next financial year. Possibly we should get the orders in the financial year end. Once Nandini said normally the companies don't have budgets for the software and hardware. Once we approach they will make budgeting in the next financial year. So, for the sales of this year, we can expect some returns next financial year. So, the orders shall start coming in at the end of the financial year. If we get 1 or 2 orders we should be in comfortable positing for the next year. Remembering Nandini, I felt I had to call her. I picked up the phone and called Nandini at the hospital. It took some time for her to pick up the phone. She said sorry I had been on the rounds. I asked how the software coming along. She replied it is almost complete. Some small tweaks should complete the project from our side. I am planning to go to Hyderabad this month end. I asked is the hospital ready? She replied the construction is complete and I have to go there and supervise the installation of equipment. I am hoping to start the hospital in the month of April. You should come for the inauguration of the hospital. I will send you the invitation. About the software for the hospital, I want the hardware to be set up by March end. Can you arrange that? I said I will certainly arrange once you send the advance payment. She asked can you arrange the payments for the hardware and software from your end? I don't know the financial position at this point. I said I will certainly arrange that. Send me the details of your requirements and I will arrange and personally will look into their installation. She said thanks. I said I have not seen you for 10 days. Why don't you come over to our housewarming ceremony in 2 days? We are having it this Saturday. We are having the party in the evening. She said I will certainly come over there. I said see you then and cut the call. I made some more calls inviting the people to the party on Saturday. We can have another round of discussions with the people who are on the fence about the software. I have yet to get a call from Godrej. I have invited the purchase manager and their MD to the party. I will let Sunitha and Mahira call their contacts. Then there will be contacts for Loveline's firm. I think Sahiti and Nishita will look after the invitations. I called Kurat and informed about the ceremony and told him to send his fiancée in the morning for the ceremonies if he did not have time to come in the morning and there is a party in the evening. Completing my share of invitations, I prepared a cup of tea and sat down sipping. Sunitha came over with Joy. I told them to sit down. I asked Joy how she is feeling. She said she is okay except for not remembering what happened that day and thanks for saving me. I said it was my duty as a fellow human being and I know a thing or two about CPR and first aid. 4 years with grandfather had come for some use. She asked how come. All my college life I had been with my grandfather who is a doctor by profession. For the first 2 years, I stayed with and studied. Then I called him to come and stay with me. I used to help him out at his clinic. Joy asked how come you came into this software development. I said it is my destiny to come to this line of work. After coming to Bombay, I was working in a factory as a manager. One day I had some inspiration and started this software development. Joy looked at Sunitha as if this is true. Sunitha said yes, it is true. I had been with him all through this transition. I know him since 1991. I have seen his struggles and his rise to this level. It is he who goaded me to join his firm, leaving the air hostess job. Due to unavoidable reasons I had to leave the job and join with him. I don't regret doing it. I did not know then I could do this work. But now I feel I am more suitable to this work. She turned to me and said the reason we came here because Joy wanted a job with our firm. I know we don't have any openings with us but you have to help my friend. I asked Joy what were you doing in USA? She said software development. I thought for a minute, if I take her she can overlook the development team with her experience. I looked at Joy, she is looking at me expectantly, maybe with little tension which is evident from her face. I said if I give the team lead position can you do it? She said yay, certainly. I asked what is your salary expectation. She said her figure. I was mentally calculating and checking with accounts. Can we offer the figure? Seeing me thinking, Sunitha said to Joy, you know we are just starting. Tell us what is the least of your expectations. Before Joy could reply, I said I will do this way. I will pay 80% of what you have asked as salary and the balance 20% in shares in our company payable at the end of the 5-year period. So, after 5 years you will be a shareholder of this company. If at any time you don't want the shares, I will pay you the amount in cash. Is it agreeable to you? She said, I am more than happy. I did not expect to be part of this firm. Sunitha told me so much about this company and you. Thanks for the offer. I will join immediately. Sunitha said she has another problem. She is scared to live with her parents. Her husband knows where they live and he may come to their house. She is scared to live with them. She is looking for a flat. I said if she wants I can give the Sahithi's house. She can travel to and fro with Nishita. Sunitha said that would be nice. Turned to Joy and said it is a 2-bedroom flat at Vikhroli and Nishita lives next building. Sahithi sends her car every day to pick her up. So, you can come to the office in the morning and you can ride back with her in the evening. If not, Kumar will arrange for your transport for the time when Nishita will not be available. I nodded my head. They got up and Sunitha said I make her familiarize with others and work, and went away. I thought she should fasten up the works in the development team. For the amount I am paying her she should certainly do the trick. I got up and went out to have a fag. Sunitha and Joy were coming out of Mahira's room. Mahira came behind them to leave them at the door. Seeing me she came behind me. Nowadays I put a packet of 2 in the backside for easy reach. She goes there to smoke. So, there was less interaction with me. But maybe she wants to talk to me about something, so she came behind me. I gave her a fag and lit myself one. I looked at her expectantly. She asked how much are you paying? I told her the figure. She asked don't we have to put it in the board meeting? I said I will mention it in the next board meeting, but I don't think there is a need for taking board permission for the appointments. However, we need more developers in the next financial year. I just appointed her a little early. Next month we have to install the software in Nandini's hospital in Hyderabad. There will be Godrej and another hospital we are expecting. Nandini expecting hardware for her hospital in the next month. Make arrangements for the computers for her. We need them in Hyderabad. Make arrangements with the dealer to deliver there directly. If we get these orders finalized you will be having more work than us. So, plan with the dealers for the hardware deliveries. We entered the office and Pauline said there is a call from purchase manager. I took the call there. He said he went to inform the MD about our party and the MD said prepare the purchase order for the software and hardware to your firm. We checked with the other vendors and your prices were very reasonable, and he wants the systems for typists too at the prices mentioned in the offer letter. I said thanks for the update and I will come and take the purchase order and start the work immediately. I went to Sunitha's room. Joy and Sunitha were discussing something. I told them about the order and asked Joy to come with me to Godrej so she would look at the work to be done for them. Sunitha said she had a meeting with the salesman. I said okay and we both went over to the company. I introduced Joy as the new team leader for the development team and she had 7 years experience in USA. Now they have to work with her for development. He took us to the MD and MD signed the orders. He gave us the order for software, computers for running the software and systems for typist pool at a discounted rate. I took the 3 orders and signed their copies and returned back. He presented me with advance checks for the orders. We received the software checks and hardware checks separately as they are going to be supplied from different companies. When we came out Joy asked, is this easy to get the orders? I said we have been following up with them for 2 weeks. We had to use a special card with them to get the orders. She asked what is the special card? I said we had to tell them that in the next budget there will be a change of excise duty rules. Joy asked why would they consider that for giving us the contact. I said it is a piece of advanced information pertaining to the changes in the system, which will be affecting the whole country. They want to be the first to implement the system in India. We have just under 2 months for the preparation of their software. We have developed software for a factory, You take the software and make it workable for them. Can you do that? She said she had to look at the software first. I said I don't think it will be much problem for you. Only thing is we have to be ready with our software before the 1st of April 1994. I said to Joy I will take you to the factory where I used to work. There we have implemented our software and you can see it in working condition there. We stopped at the factory and parked and got down from the car. Krishna seeing our car came over. I reminded him about the party on Saturday night. He said he remembered it. We went to the cabin and I asked Krishna to show how to operate the software. I came out of the cabin and Kurat coming up the steps. He said I heard you have come. I said I brought the new software team lead. I asked Krishna to show the working of the software. Let us go and have a fag. We went outside the factory, walked a little distance and lit our fags. I asked how everything going on. He said everything is fine. We finished the fag, walked back to the factory. We went to the cabin. They have completed going through the software and were chatting. I asked did you complete demo? She said yes, I understood the software. We can return to the office. I said bye to them and we returned to the office. I left her with Sunitha and told her to choose where she wants to work from. The developer's room has one more seat. She can take it or she can select a room from the rooms not used by others. She said she will check once before deciding. I went back to my room. Now Joy will supervise the developers and I only need to supervise her. I went back to the car, took the order and checks and went and gave the checks to Mahira to put them in the bank. I gave her the orders for the computers and told her to look into the deliveries. I went over to Sunitha's room and handed her the purchase order copies to her for filing. Asked her to come for lunch. Sunitha said to Joy, come let us have lunch. Joy asked where. Sunitha said in Kumar's house. I am also staying there and I have my food there only. Joy said I did not bring my lunch. Sunitha said no problem. There will be enough. Come, and got up. Joy got up reluctantly, followed us to our house. Seeing the house, Joy said ow. I thought office only. House is better than office. Who has done the interior? Sahiti got it done, said Sunitha. This house is only temporary. By next week we are shifting to another house. Joy asked why. Sunitha replied because they want to give this house for movie production. Joy asked another house would not be far. Sunitha said it's second house from here. It has more rooms than these 3 houses. I will ask Sahiti to have a room for you there. If you are scared at Sahiti's house you can come and stay here. You don't worry about your husband. You have come to this house, everything Kumar will look after. He will not let him come anywhere near you. We sat down in the chairs at dining table. Chitty brought the dishes and placed them on the table. Sunitha introduced Chitty as Kumar's cousin and she looks after the kids. I asked Chitty, who is with the kids? She said Nikita and Loveleen madam are there. I said you should have called her for lunch. Chitty said she just had lunch and went to sit with the kids. I said okay. We completed our lunch and I took them both to the kids' room and introduced Joy. She asked if she is the one almost drowned. I said yes and I offered the team lead position for the development team. Now we also got the Godrej project and we got the purchase order for the software and hardware and also got advance checks. Nandini also asked to arrange for software and hardware for their hospital in Hyderabad. I told her I will support her financially and she asked them to be supplied by us. I told her we do that by the next month's end. We said byes to her, went back to the office. I asked Joy to give copies of her certificates for our record. She said she will get them tomorrow. I said you did not get your biodata. She said she came to meet with Sunitha. Her parents were worried that she did not call them and her phone number was not working. I said after she shifted here she may not have talked to them. So, her mother asked me to visit her when I said I know where she is working. I also gave them the office number. When I visited and it is Sunitha who has offered to ask you for a job. I said it is no problem. She said I did not know without an interview I will get the job offer. I said by seeing you I understood your capabilities. So, I took you immediately when you asked for job. Chapter 2. Kumar. February 28th, the day we were waiting for the budget. As we expected, the new central excise regime is announced by the finance minister. I said we have to start pushing our software which is ready with the new rules compatible. I know as time passes some elements will be updated and we are ready with such changes to be incorporated. I propose to have an advertising campaign for the software with the compatible to new rules. The telephone rang and it is Godrej MD. He congratulated me on the software. I said as soon as we receive the final set of rules we will incorporate and deliver the software for testing. We have already delivered the hardware and it is being installed for use. First, we have installed the systems for typists and stenos. They have started working with the new setup and we're happy. Networking is being completed and our people are installing the systems and checking them. Overall it is a good day for us as we could maintain our reputation. The next call was from Shaka Pramukh and he wanted to review the situation. I said I will come over and we will review the working of our last reports. I have to tell him to get his people from all over the state to collect such reports. I got the driver to bring the sweets and distribute them to the staff. I took the bike and went over to meet Shaka Pramukh. He said he got the results of the initiatives taken through the reports and it is very encouraging. The leadership thought that they should be followed all over the state. I said to follow throughout the state they need to collect the data for the state. You should instruct the shakas throughout the state to start collecting the required data. Then based on that data we can decide which items can be processed immediately and which need to be incorporated into the promises. This way we will be in a position to know what to do during the next year before the elections. Here we have to go point by point. From the works carried out you must be having an idea of what should be carried out immediately. He said yes, we have done that. See, I don't have to tell you always do this and do that. You can decide what to be done and what needs to be postponed. So, if an area is having a drinking water problem, you should look into that and act on that and don't forget to mention that you got it done and you can do so much for them. Let them think about what you can do in the future. They should not think that all their problems are solved. Whoever we vote for doesn't make a difference. They should think they have done so much for us, what else they can do for us if we vote for them, and the ruling party is useless for them. They never do anything for us. This kind of attitude should be inculcated in the voter's mind. You have an advantage over the ruling party. You should use it for the good of the people. He said yes, I got an idea what you are saying. I will call a meeting with the Shaka Pramukhs and we will go through this theory with them and ask for their opinion. I said you do that and came out, took the bike and returned to the office. If they do 50% of what I said, they should easily win the elections. There was a little doubt behind in my head making me think I am doing things in the correct way or not. What I am doing wrong. How to know. I should put my day-to-day life in writing. If at any time I am down and out I could recollect the things and find where did I go wrong. But so much of my life passed away. I am nearing my 30th birthday. The best thing would be to put all my past in a kind of book. From now on I could put things in a kind of diary. But if I put them in a book someone can read them. I will create a kind of software for writing and storing the data in an unreadable format. To read I have to enter a certain password. This would be the best possible way to do it. Maybe I will put it in my will and to be handed over to a certain person after my death. Why am I thinking about death recently? Why I am preparing for the children's future. I don't think Sahiti has any idea of financial management. Even after all these years of working, how much money does she has? She keeps the money in the bank, I think. Would she invest in anything other than my company? I don't think she knows how to manage money. That could be the reason I am trying to see the children are not suffering after my passing away. What they do with the money is their lookout. They should not suffer like me growing up. I started the computer and started preparing software for typing and saving the data in a simple encrypted form so that anyone comes and opens my computer and can't read it. It took me 5 minutes to do that. I typed some matter which I could recollect from my childhood and saved it and closed and opened the program again. The screen allows me to type without any interruptions. If I press save button the matter gets saved and the screen clears. If I want to read then I had to press the view button and it asks for a password. When I entered the correct password there is a list of chapters. When I select the chapter, I could read the matter. First I am typing the details of childhood so I am putting age as the heading for the chapter. Then as time passes I will see what I can come up with. I continuously typed until it is 7 p.m. and Sunitha came and asked her not coming home. I said I will come after 1 hour. She asked what are you doing and came inside. I pressed the save button and the screen cleared. I said nothing much, just checking a program. She sat down on the chair and said you seem a little anxious these days. Are you overworking yourself? I said no, I was a little anxious about the budget, but now that is cleared and we got Joy to look after the development, I am relaxed now and trying new things. What new things? She asked. I said I am writing my autobiography. She said can I read it? I will let you read it when it is ready. It needs a password. I will tell you only what is the password. She asked what is the password? I said, I love Sunitha. In small caps, that is the password. I think you are the only person I can let it be read. Maybe Loveleen too. She knows about me and you. She got up and said okay, when you finish let me know, and went away. I got up and went behind her to the outside and lit a fag. She waved by and went through the gate to the other house. Now we have to cross 3 gates to reach the house. We have yet to get any rental orders from the movie makers. But in the meanwhile we have rented them for a big marriage. 1 bungalow for the bride and 1 for groom. I think we have recovered 1 month's rent from that. I know things always pick up slow, especially in these matters. I went back to the room and started typing my story. I reached until I completed my SSC exams and returned to Vijayawada. I looked at the time, it is after 8:30. I closed the system and went out, lit a fag, crossed over the gates and reached our house. I snubbed the fag and entered the house. Children are playing in the hall. There was TV blasting off and no one is watching. I sat down on sofa and switched to news. There were discussions going on about the budget. When the subject of the changes in central excise rules, they said they are going to change the manufacturing industry. I listened intently as they were discussing about how the rules will be implemented. They are required for the purpose of software updating. I called Sahithi's house for Joy. When she lifted the phone, I asked her to go to Godrej and get the details of the excise duty changes from their concerned department for updating the software. She said while coming to the office she will check. Atul came to me running and caught me calling me daddy. Dhruv also came behind him calling me daddy. I caught both of them with each hand and turned them and put them on the sofa. Now it is the turn of Reena and Leena to come to me. I also caught them and turned them and put them on the sofa. Now I said it is catch me now and run around the sofa with the kids running behind me. I stopped and sat down on the sofa. They all came and caught me. Sahithi came and called for dinner. Chitty said she will look after the kids. I went and sat at the dining table. Sunitha went and called Loveleen. Loveleen came and sat at the table. She seemed a little out of herself. I asked her what happened. She said she got a little headache and nothing much. I said okay, take care, and started to eat my dinner. Completing dinner, I went out and lit a fag, and looked around. It seemed whoever was spying on Loveleen went away. Also, this building would have been a little out of focus for them. Sonu, Manu came over. I rubbed their head and they sat down. I looked them over, they have almost become adults. They looked fierce for the outsiders. Nobody dared to enter the gates when they are around. Even servants used to ask the watchman where are the dogs before entering. If they are around he would have to catch hold of them before they entered the house. They smell the fear in them and shout at them. What they don't understand is that they should let them smell and they would go away. Completing fag, I went to the library and switched on the system. I picked the software and data file from the server. I run the program and clicked the view button. I selected chapter 1 and started reading. It was about my being an infant. I wrote some things I remembered from then and some things my parents or grandparents told about me. The second chapter is about primary school. Then chapter 3 about high school up to 8th standard I studied in Vijayawada. Here I remembered when I went to see a movie in a nearby theater alone. When returning from watching the movie I had a kind of deja vu, and when I reached home my father had come from his tour. I remember the same thing that happened previously when I went to watch a movie. My father returned from a tour. It seems I had the ability to feel about the future then also. The next chapter is about my studies in Visage and the next chapter is about my studies in the village. These 2 years I had really a blast with games and sports. The next chapter is about the time I landed in Vijayawada and my family left me there and went away to Bombay. I started to continue my writing about seeing Sneha on terrace and me going to the grandfather's clinic and how she came over there with fever and so on. I continued the writing until Sahiti came over to call for sleeping. I saved the writing and closed the system and got up. I said I will have a fag and come and came out, lit a fag and went over to the watchman. I checked with him that he had locked the back gate and how things are running, and completing my fag snubbed it and returned to the bedroom. I sat on the bed with my back to the head of the bed and adjusted pillows. Sahiti came over after 5 minutes and sat on the bed beside me with her back to the head. She said, I heard you distributed sweets today. I said, as we anticipated, the FM has announced the changes to the excise rules. She asked, if they change the excise rules, how will they affect our companies? I said we got the Godrej order citing the changes in the rules. If they had not announced the rules change, our word would have been maligned and they might have cancelled our order also. That would have been disaster for our software company. We were planning to sell the software to many companies based on the change of rules. Now I asked advertisements to be placed to sell our software, which should be ready by the month's end. Now we should be comfortable for the next year. Our kids firm will also be in good position. We are getting good orders for the hardware. We have yet to start off on renting the bungalows. But hardware sales should save us from the low renting business. If you are not sure about the renting business, why did you get us to shift here? We could be living in that house. I lowered the voice and said I wanted Loveline's house brought to the kids firm. If I ask her to put it in kids firm, she would think that we want to take her bungalow. Now each kid will have one bungalow for themselves. That is the reason I got her to stay with us. Another thing is that as her father wanted, she should be closer to us. He would not have to worry about her being alone. He took a word from me after the death of Guru, that I will look after her. If she stays with us, I don't have to worry that someone will corner her or things like that. Now Dhruv will also grow up with our kids. Did you see him calling me daddy when Atul called me daddy? Her father wanted him to grow up without having to worry about he being fatherless. If not today, tomorrow we will get handsome returns on that. Loveline already left the company to your management. If she wanted to return to work, I will look some other work with our company and get her to be busy. Then you don't have to be worried about her return and she would take the management in her hand. I don't think she had that in her mind to return to the work at her firm. She is no more interested in that kind of work. I will divert her to something else when the time comes. Sahiti said you think about these things beforehand. I was worried if she comes back, how could I cope with that? I adjusted and lay on the bed facing the ceiling. She switched to the lights and lay beside me, put her hand on my chest. I dozed off with the coolness from the air conditioner. I felt a touch on my hand and opened my eyes. From the dim light, Sunitha can be seen. I asked in a whisper what happened. She whispered back, come with me. I looked at Sahiti. She turned to the other side sleeping. I got up and went behind her to her room. I sat on the bed and asked her, you comfortable with your room? She said it is okay. I asked, why did you call me here? She asked, when did you come last to my room? When did I come? I asked her back. It is nearly 10 days. I said sorry, I was little tense and tired for the last few days. She said, I thought you forgot about me. I said, how could I forget you? You are my everything. You have been with me through thick and thin. You have given me support when I am down. I think I am working too hard. I will try to cut down on my work. Come near me. She came and stood before me. I pulled her near and kissed her. There is a bang on the door calling Sunitha. Sunitha, Sahiti's voice. I looked at Sunitha and slipped out of the French windows in the back. They opened to a small balcony running the length of the house. I moved to our room and slipped back to the room through the French windows. I always keep them unlocked. I then slipped into the bathroom. I heard the sound of Sahiti entering the room and I flushed and entered the room. I asked, why aren't you sleeping? She said, I did not find you in the bed and I went searching for you. I said you should have first checked the bathroom. I had diarrhea and had been there for a while. She said, it's okay, come and sleep. I said okay and lay on the bed. She lay beside me. As I was already aroused by Sunitha and Sahiti may think otherwise, I pulled her to me and kissed her. She responded and we spent and went to sleep. The next day, completing my daily routine, I went and sat in my office. I copied the data file and started writing my story. I heard the knock on the door and said, "Come in." "It is Sunitha." She came in and closed the door and I said, "I am sorry. I did not know she would come like that. I think she stopped the sleeping pills." Sunitha said, "I should say sorry. I have put you in a problem by calling you. I had to do it as I could not get sleep and I was remembering you." I said, "Lock the door and come." She locked the door and I pulled her to me and kissed her. "I have also missed you, but I did not get time with all these works. Over that, I could not get away in the nights. You have seen what happened yesterday. We have to think of something else. This is also not safe as we don't know who will come and knock on the door." I sat on the sofa and sat her on my lap and kissed her and generally felt her and let her go. She went back to her room. I came back to my chair and continued typing. I typed for an hour and made tea and sat back sipping. Completing my tea, I got up and went out to have a fag. Joy had come out. I asked her, "Do you want?" She said no. I was going for a bottle of water and seeing you outside I came to you. I asked, "Can I help you?" She said, "I went to the Godrej to collect the information and they said they have not got all the information. Their excise department is still collecting the information and when they have a full picture they will let us know." I said, "I know that. I told you to go there to mark your attendance that you are ready to make changes. We can expect some more orders by the month end. Then there is hospital software to be installed in Hyderabad. That I will go myself to install. I am thinking of starting our office there. I need a person to look after the office there. We have to send systems there. I have to check large associates' accounts to see how much liquid cash we have. Our firm, we are comfortable with the latest orders and advances received. Do you want to discuss anything else?" She said, "I am feeling little scared to stay alone there." I said, "Until you have this Godrej project you stay there. Once you are free I will get you a room at our house." She asked what if anyone comes there. I said only my brother has keys as he kept his materials there. I will ask him to shift them here. Then there won't be anyone to disturb you. If anyone comes just give a call to Nishita. She will come with someone and have a look. She said, "Come on a Sunday to our house, my parents want to thank you." I said, "What is the need for that?" She said, "I am calling you for lunch on a Sunday, you must come." I said, "Okay, I will see when I am free and let you know." Completing fag, I went back to my room. I continued typing until lunchtime. Saved the data and went over to Sunitha's room and called her to come for lunch. We went and called Joy and the three of us went to the house for lunch. After lunch, I started to work on the book. By the evening I came up to the point where Sneha goes with her brother leaving me at my sister's marriage. I felt an emotion run in me and saved and closed the system. I went and sat in the beach. After 45 minutes Joy and Sunitha came and sat with me. Sunitha looked at me and asked what happened. She gets my moods and understand me like no other. She asked, "Did you remember Sneha?" I said, "I told you I was writing my biography." I came to the point where she went away. So, I was feeling the emotions at the time and I came and sat here. Sunitha said, "Come with me," and took me to her office room. I sat down on a chair. She removed a bottle of whiskey and poured me a drink. She put a packet of chips on the table. I had a peg and when she was about to pour, I said, "I don't want more." I came out of the office and lit a fag. I calmed a little and told Sunitha, "Let us go home." By the time we went to the house Nishita left to her house. She called the office and she did not find her there so she went away. I said, "I will drop you at home." We went back to the office parking and we three went over to Sahithi's house in Bakroli. I went and looked at the boxes left over by my brother. There are 3 long cardboard boxes. I called home and he is not there. I called Kurat and asked if the van is free. He said, "We don't have any deliveries for today." I told him to send the van to Bakroli house with some workers. He said he will send it immediately with Krishna and 2 workers. I said that would be sufficient. They were within 15 minutes. I told them to put the boxes in the van and take them to my house. They went away and Sunitha and I returned to the house. By the time we reached they have already placed the boxes in my brother's room and went away. Sahithi asked, "Why did you get them here?" I said Joy is scared someone will come to the house. Only my brother might come for these materials. Now she will know if anyone comes there. She knows what to do. You might keep a room for her. I don't know how long she can stay there. I went to my room to change and Sunitha went to her room. I changed and went over to kids' room. Loveleen and Nikita were looking after the kids. I asked Nikita, when are your exams? She said this month end. I said, when you finish your exams come and meet me in my office. I will give you a job in the office. Decide what kind of work you want to do. She said okay. I played with the kids for some time and went over to my library. I copied the data file and continued my writing. When Sahithi came and called for dinner, I shut down the application, went over to the dining room. I chatted with Loveleen during the dinner and having completed the dinner washed my hand and went over to the library. I am slowly pulling Loveleen into my firm, telling her about the business and asking for her opinion on the matters and putting her opinions into practice if they are feasible and letting her know the result of her opinion. I am making her feel useful to my company. When she wants to starts working, I want her to choose my company than her own company. The reason for that, I felt she is more useful to our company than her own. I don't want the workflow of Sahithi and Nishita to be disturbed. I think they are doing a good job. With Sunitha looking after the marketing end, they are looking after the works. It seems the firm is running to optimal working conditions. Our software company is quite different. We are just starting off. I think we can use someone like Loveleen who has business sense and she knows how to carry herself. I think I have to start to take her with to business meetings, to get her interested in our business. The telephone rang and it is Mom. You called for brother, he just came over. I said tell him I have shifted his materials to his room in our house. If he wants a working room or something like that, I will arrange for that. She said she will tell him. I have to talk to you something. I said tell me, Mummy, I am listening. She said it is about Ram. He thought Loveleen is interested in him, but she is not responding to his proposals. I said Loveleen is all business and it is not even 1 year since her husband died. I have seen her attitude. She liked to keep people guessing. It is her business technique. She said then look for a bride for him. I said I have very limited connections here. Don't you have someone from our relations? She said we did not find anyone from them. Some who may be interested or not interested to come to Bombay. I said I will look into that. And jokingly added I will prepare a software to look for brides, and cut the call. Then it struck me I should prepare software to search for brides and grooms. But how will we know about them from all over India? I think we have to prepare something like we prepared for courier company. How it would be to collaborate with them. They have offices all over the world. Even if we take into consideration their offices in India, at a conservative estimate it would be around 250. I have to check with Mahira about the number of offices. We can ask the courier company to use their offices or use their staff even. How much work do their staff have in their offices? I rang up the kids' room. Chitty picked up the phone. I asked is Loveleen there? She said yes, and handed her the phone. I asked her can you come over to the library, I have an idea and want to discuss. She said she is coming right now. I heard her tell Chitty to look after the kids, she will meet me and come back, and the call cut. I explained to her my idea of starting a marriage bureau. It requires offices all over India. We can't maintain offices all over India. So, I want to contribute with the courier company, whom we have given a software where we can transfer the data to multiple offices. So, I want to propose the same kind of setup for this marriage bureau. Now we have an office here. Someone comes with details of the bride or the groom and asks for the groom or bride as per their requirements. We will feed the data into our software. We will search in our database for their requirements. If we find anyone as per their liking, it will be fixed with both the parties. If we can't find anyone, we will send their details to other branches. If they have any particular place, that also can be arranged. With this method, we can have profiles of all the brides and grooms with each branch. At the end of the day, we will upload the new profiles to other branches. Loveleen listened to all this attentively. She said I have a suggestion. I said shoot. She said we are sending the new profiles to each and every branch. How it will be, we go state-wise. We will send the data to each state's capital. The state capital offices will collect the data from their branches in their region and send the data back to each branch and to other regional offices. I said, an excellent idea. Shall we go and meet their MD tomorrow to discuss this? She said, I am ready to go and meet the MD. I sat and prepared a document proposing the features of the application and printed and kept it ready. Loveline looked at the document and gave it back to me and went away. I continued my writing until Sahithi came to call me. I said to her, I will have a fag and come. I got up adjusting the things on my table. She looked at me, went away to the bedroom. I closed the door and locked it from inside, slipped out to the balcony through the French door and reached Sunitha's room. I knocked on the glass and she opened the French door. I went inside and she closed the door and locked the front door. I said, I told Sahithi I am going for a fag and came this way. I have finished my business with her, went outside through the French door and lit a fag, had 2 other puffs and snubbed the fag and came through the French door to the library. Opened the door and went to the bedroom. Sahithi is sitting on the bed waiting for me. She asked, why so late? I said I forgot something and went back to the library. I went into the room, lay on the bed. The next day I got ready, completed my breakfast, went and sat in the library. I called up Courier Company MD's PA and asked for meeting him. She asked, what is it regarding? I said, a business opportunity. She must have called him and asked him, and she said he gave a time of 11:30 a.m. I said I will be there and cut the call. I informed Loveline about the meeting time and she said she will be ready by 11 a.m. I put the document in an envelope and put it in my table. I waited until 10:45, then went over to her room. She is ready and Chitty is feeding Dhruv and Loveline is supervising her. Seeing me, she got up and took her purse and came out of her room. I said, if you are ready we will go. She said she is ready. I went to the library, picked up the envelope and went over to the office parking. I picked up the car and stopped in front of the house. Loveline came and sat in the front seat. Chitty brought Dhruv with her and they waved their hands saying ta-ta. We drove over to the courier office. Parked the car, picked up the envelope, and went up to the second floor. I went to VP's secretary and gave her the envelope and told her to give it to VP, so he will have an idea of what we came for. She went into his cabin and handed it over to him. He went after 2 minutes to the MD's cabin. His secretary came and told us to sit in the conference room. MD's butler came and put 2 glasses of Coca-Cola in front of us and went away. I told her they get these Coca-Colas from the USA. She asked, how do you know? I was dumbstruck and asked, how did I know? In fact, the butler told me. Because their guests are coming from the USA and they get all these from there. They have special coffee for them too. She asked, when did you get to speak with the butler? Do you know him personally? He did not act like that. If you had known him he would have at least said, how are you, sir? I said, I don't know. I felt he had told me about these things. There is an office room beside this conference room and the next room is the kitchen. She looked at me and said, sometimes you talk funny and sometimes you talk as if you knew everything about some people. With the VP's secretary, you spoke like you know her for some time. Is it your way of treating people, especially ladies? If you order them they feel like you are asking with a please. She did not think twice if she should take the envelope to the VP or not. He also took the envelope and went to see MD. What is in that envelope? I said, our business plan. If they think it is to their liking they will see us. If they don't like it they will say we can't take it forward. Both the parties will save some time. Loveline said, sometimes I don't understand you. Sometimes I feel I know what is in your mind without you telling me about it. The door opened and VP and MD walked in. MD asked, is this your idea of business? I said, it is a funny story. My mother was asking to look for a bride for my brother. She said she did not find a suitable girl from my family. I thought, how could I search for a girl if I don't know if she is there somewhere in India? I know we can't have a server here and can connect to all over India. Then I thought, how can I have the data available to all the branches in India? Then we have the model we have developed for the courier business. So, you have offices, manpower systems connected to all the systems through phone modems. Why can't we use the same model for our new business? So, I brought this idea to you. MD looked at the VP and said, we want partnership in this business. You develop the software and we will use our infrastructure, So are you ready to do this in a partnership? Now it is my turn to look at Loveleen. She said we came to you with the exact same idea, joint venture. I said now I am putting Loveleen in charge of this joint venture. You both work together in finalizing the deal. I turned towards Loveleen. She said it is okay with me. VP said it is okay with us. You have the software and we look into setting up a company and infrastructure. She took her card and gave it to them each. Mr. Lal looked at the card and said 3 companies' names and her designations in each one. He asked what is your relation to each other. I said she is a family member. He asked how so. Because she lives with us. After the death of her husband in the shooting, her father has given me the duty to look after her. Mr. Lal asked shooting. I said last year her husband was shot dead as he was coming out of the gate. The news was in the newspapers. He looked at Mr. Gopal, VP. He said I remember he was Haryana CM's son-in-law. Indirectly I told them she is the CM's daughter. I said you did not come to our housewarming ceremony or party. I asked Mahira to call you. Did she not call you? Mr. Gopal said she called us, but that evening we had a party for the visiting people from the USA. I said you should have brought them to our party. We could have exchanged some ideas. He said I had not thought about it. Where is this house? I said you had visited our 3 houses. This is beside Loveleen's house and now we all stay there. Mr. Lal said we are remodeling our office downstairs. We are starting a customer service. We wanted to prepare the customer service cabins. Can you do that? She said we can do it. I will send my person for that. What is the 3rd company? She said it is for computer hardware supply. Mr. Lal said if you complete the cabin work, we see what else we can do. We shook hands and we came down to the car parking. When we got in the car, she said thanks for putting me in charge. I said when you said the joint venture, I know you wanted to be in charge. I also know you were reluctant to start again with your firm. This would be your best opportunity to show your talent. I stopped at the gate of our house. I got down and came to the other side to open the door for Loveleen. She got down and I slammed the door of the car and went behind her. She must have put her high heel shoes on a stone or something and her leg twisted and she was about to fall. I caught her and took her inside. The watchman came running. I told him to get the driver and put it in the parking. He went to call the driver. I put her hand on my shoulder and caught her at the waist and took her inside the house. Seeing as Chitty came running and caught her at the other side and helped her to the kids' room as her room is on the 1st floor. It was the first time I had been this intimate with her. Her perfume smell is still in my nostrils. I felt an odd thrill having caught her at the waist and having her hand around my shoulder. Earlier I used to think of her as from high society and her from a wealthy family. But now it is different. I felt I have risen to her level both in society and in wealth. I sat in front of her and looked at her leg. There seemed no problem with her. I asked Chitty to get some Iodex and I rubbed it on her ankle and advised to her put her feet up and sit. I said to Chitty to prepare a guest room for her to sleep. Now Atul and Dhruv sleep in a room and Leena and Reena stay in another room. Now we are in the girls' room and Chitty sleeps in their room. There won't be room for her to stay here. Chitty came back saying she prepared one of the rooms near. I took her to the room and lay her on the bed. Chitty helped adjust her legs on the bed. I sat on a chair near her and looked at her. She said I am fine. I said yay, you will be fine, just take some rest. I forgot all the pending works and sat there thinking about her touch. After some time, I felt hot in the room, even though the AC is running. I got up and said I will be back and came out of the house. I lit a fag and walked to the office. I threw the fag and snubbed it and entered the office. I went straight to Sunitha's room. I entered the room and locked it from inside. Seeing me locking the door, she got up and said you seem to be in a hurry. I went to her and started kissing her passionately. We had sex on the table and later she told me you seemed different today. You seem to have been missing me. She said come and pulled me and kissed me, and said go, I have lots of work. I adjusted my dress and went to my office room. I lay down on the sofa, closed my eyes. I felt like I have been drained of my energy. I slept for maybe an hour. Sunitha came and opened the door. She said, are you sleeping? I came to call you for lunch. I got up and said let us go. We went to Joy and together we went for lunch. At the dining table, I explained our interaction with the courier company's MD and BP. How we offered to develop the software and run the company jointly. How after coming back Loveline's leg sprained and we had to help her to the room. I asked Chitty did Loveline had lunch. She said I just took her a plate to her room. Dhruv is there with her. I said okay and completed my lunch. After lunch, we all went to see Loveline. She said she is feeling okay. I sat down on the chair and they inquired about her and went back to the office. I looked at her and asked, did you have lunch? She replied, Chitty brought me lunch here. I caught hold of Dhruv and sat him on my lap as not to disturb his mother. He calmly sat playing with himself as kids his age play. Are you feeling about your leg getting sprained on your first day out? She said it is nothing, I can walk by tomorrow. From her words, it seems she is already fine. I said if you need anything please tell me. I put a phone near her hand. I said I will take Dhruv to Chitty, you take rest. She nodded her head. I was still feeling her touch on my hands and my body. I thought if I sat in front of her, I would not know what I will do. I got up and went to the library. Started preparing a document for the proposed software with the courier company. Completing the document, I put it on the server and called Joy and told her to look at the document. If she has any questions she can ask either of us. I sat back on the chair, thought, why am I feeling like that about Loveline? Previously I never felt so strongly about her. I had some feelings for her but I could always play down them easily. Maybe touching her waist had brought my hidden feeling out. Then I remembered her giving me drugs to get her work done. Maybe thinking about those two incidents has put ice water on my feelings. Have I done the correct thing by calling her to stay in the same house? I gave my word to her father. I had to keep her closer to keep her safe. If she is closer I can keep her safe. Is that the reason I want her to work closely with me? What is her relationship with me? Why I am pining for her without any relationship? Is it the correct word, pining? What are my real feeling for her? Do I love her and I could not tell her that because our relationship can sour? How long have I known her? I know her for more than 3 years. Did I ever feel about her like this? Until now I was looking at her like a rich socialite, who we should only look at from afar. But when I had brought her inside the house by putting hand around her, did I feel a closeness to her? Am I thinking I have reached her level? How should I further act with her? All these days I have treated her like a friend. A friend is in need of my help. A damsel in distress. She is still a damsel in distress. What has changed now? Just putting my hand around her waist has changed my whole perspective of her. Am I seeing her as a thing I have to achieve? Achieve what? Achieve her closeness. Or is it achieve her level? What she is expecting from me? Companionship. A little more closeness. Or to bring me to her bed. I don't think she has any intention of bringing me to her bed. Otherwise, she would not have done that drug business with me. At least she would have asked me to try to give her a child. Is that the reason I was keeping her away all this while? I could not decide how I should behave from now on. Chitty came to the door and asked Anna, do you want tea? I am preparing for madam. I said okay, get me also. I got up and went to the room she made her temporary room. I sat down on a chair. I keep looking at her thinking how beautiful she looks. She must be accustomed to people looking at her as there is no reaction from her to my staring. I was looking at each body part. I was thinking how is her nose, her cheeks, her hair, and how she wore her hair. Her chin and then her throat. I stopped there as I don't want to go further down as her blouse was exposed. I turned my gaze to my hand and fiddled with my hand. Chitty brought the tea and gave me one and handed her 1 cup. I sipped the tea looking at everywhere else except her. I felt a little awkward looking at her for the first time. I drank my tea and handed Chitty my cup and went out. I lit a fag and looked around. The watchman got up and saluted me. I looked closely at him and asked, are you new here? He said the other watchman is on leave, sir. I said he was here when I returned. He said there is some emergency in his house, so he called for me and went away. I said don't salute me another time. I snubbed the butt of the fag and walked to the office through the gates. When I reached, Pauline said there is a call from Shaka Pramukh. I said I will go to my office and call him. I sat down and called him. He said we are calling for a meeting of all the Shaka Pramukhs from all over the state. I said good, when are you fixing the date? He said that's why I called you. Are your houses for rent or free? I said we have not got any offers from any movie producers. Then we would like to have them for at least 1 week for the conventions. I said okay, you can have it. Even if we get any offers, we will ask them to postpone anything for you. He said okay, we will fix the date and let you know. My thoughts went back to Loveleen. I could not get her out of my mind. Even Sunitha could not clear my mind. Now I could understand how it feels to be love-struck. I have not felt like this with Sneha. I loved her and our love is like teenage love. I loved Sahithi and I don't know what kind of love is that. It must be for her showing me sympathy. Is it sympathetic love? I loved Sunitha. It must be lust and not love with her. Now, what is it with Loveleen? Lust. Do I feel lust towards her? I don't think so. It does not seem to be platonic love. Am I helping her because I will get something in return? I have not expected anything from her, and I have taken what was given to me. Over that, I want to share what I have got with others. I have given my friends shares in the company. Maybe they invested, but I had given them more than their value of the investment. I also gave them an option to withdraw their investment. I have given positions to Mahira and Sunitha. Even though giving Sunitha the post is my own selfishness, I wanted to elevate them by giving them a higher position than they deserve. It is my inexperience that I could not understand what I should give them, especially with Mahira. But my estimate of Sunitha was very accurate as she has risen to the position I gave her. Getting Sahithi to work with Loveleen was our selfishness. I had to do it for her sake. She also has risen to the occasion. Getting Nishitha to work with Sahithi was something else. I have done that to help Kurit. But it did not work out for him. It has worked out for us. She was giving support to Sahithi. Professional-wise our plans worked out. But relations have not always worked out. Except for Sunitha all my relations were in shambles. Sneha was dead and Sahithi has become distant. Loveleen I had kept my distance. There is a knock on the door and I said yes. Joy entered the room and sat down in front of me. I thought, what is my relation with her? Why did I save her? I said yes. She said, I want to discuss the application. I said, ask me away. We discussed the project for another hour. Satisfied, she went away. I think I have to think up new projects like this. If the marketing team can't bring up orders, I have to take up the projects this way. We were successful with Godrej and this project with the courier company should be a go-getter. If this goes through we should have our software running throughout India. Maybe we should use it for advertising or something. After a week we registered a new company with a joint venture with the courier company. We named the company Pan India Matrimonial Services P Limited. We both have 50-50 shares in the company with an equal amount of share capital. My feeling for Loveleen had cooled down after 2 days. Sunitha must have enjoyed those 2 days. I was more aggressive with her and she liked that side of me. I had some kind of fire in me that was brought out by Loveleen's touch. We had sat side by side on train and flight, but this was different. I hardly went to see her for those 2 days. After my fire cooled down I went to see Dhruv. For the company registration, we went to their office and signed papers and they sent the papers to their CA. While returning she asked, for the last 1 week you seem different. You were avoiding looking into my eyes. For 2 to 3 days you did not come to see me or Dhruv. What happened with you? I looked at her and turned my eyes towards the road. On SV Road, I stopped at a restaurant and said, we will have tea, come. She got down and we went and ordered tea. I said, I don't know how to say this to you. I always considered you a friend. I thought our friendship is a kind of platonic love. But that day when you slipped and I caught you and took you inside the house catching you at your waist. After that something happened to me. I felt like a fire was lit in me. I felt hot in the running AC. So, I went over to my library. I could not sit there. There was some kind of turmoil going on in my mind. I went to the office. I could not sit there. So, I lay on the sofa and slept for an hour. I felt a little better and came for lunch when Sunitha called me. It has taken me more than 2 days for the fire in me to be brought to control. I did not understand what happened to me. I have come with you to Delhi. We went on the Rajdhani expresses. I did not feel anything that time. When you hugged me and cried, then I did not feel like this. Why did it happen this time? I am still reeling from that feeling. I am feeling like you have lit a fire in me and now it is simmering in me. I looked at her and asked, tell me what you think of this. She looked at me for a long time. Our conversation was disturbed by the waiter bringing the tea and placing it in front of us. She said thanks to the waiter and he went away. She was about to speak something and stopped. She sipped her tea and I sipped mine. Completing the tea, she asked for the bill. When the waiter brought the bill, she put a note in that and got up. Seeing her paying for the tea, I got up. I stopped at our house and she got down and drove over to the office and parked there. I went over to my office room and checked the progress of the software. At lunchtime, Sunitha came over with Joy and we all went to the house. We completed our lunch. As we are about to go out, Chitty came and said Loveleen is calling. I told them to go ahead and went to Loveleen's room. She said pack your bag, we are going to Delhi. I said is there something urgent? She nodded her head and told me we have a flight at 5 p.m. I said I will come in 5 minutes. I went and put some clothes in a bag and came to her room. She is ready with her bag packed and she said my driver is coming. She looked at her watch and said we have another hour to reach the airport. I took the 2 bags and put them in the hall. I called Sunitha and told her I am going to Delhi on urgent work. She asked when you will be back. I said 2 to 3 days. After 5 minutes her driver came and she told him to put the bags in the car. We went and sat in the car and he drove us to the airport. We took the boarding pass and went through security and sat at the boarding gate. I looked at her in anticipation she would say something. She was staring straight. I thought if she wanted to say something, she would say it. I got up and lit a fag and smoked. After completing the fag, I snubbed it and came back and sat down. At 4:30 the gates opened for boarding and we went and sat in our seats. She still did not say anything. I thought it must be something serious for her to sit like this. I asked will Dhruv stay with Chitty? She replied he got accustomed to her and others. He treats them like his siblings. I think she can manage. When she managed your twins after Sneha's death, she can manage anyone. I don't worry about him anymore. You did a good thing putting him with Atul. He got accustomed to sleeping with him. Now I don't worry about him anymore. See, I can leave him in the care of Chitty and can go to Delhi. The flight has started to roll out and I kept silent. We landed in Delhi and we took the bags and went outside. Vishal was waiting for us. We handed our bags and he led the way to the car. He took us to the hotel we stayed at when we first came to Delhi. She took the keys from the reception and we went to our room. I placed the bags and sat on the sofa. She said she will change and come. She changed and came and said let us go for dinner. I got up and I said I will come in a minute. I went and washed my face and came. We went to the restaurant. We got a table immediately. We went and sat at our table. She ordered drinks for us. I silently sipped my drink. After 2 pegs, she ordered dinner. I silently had it. After completing the dinner, the waiter brought the bill. I looked at the bill and put my credit card for payment. He took away the bill for processing. When the waiter brought the receipt, I signed and took my copy and credit card. She put some tip for the waiter. We went over to our room. I sat on the sofa and switched on the TV. I switched to the news and started watching it. I did not find anything important and switched off the TV and looked at the newspaper on the table. Loveleen changed and sat beside me. I looked at her and kept on reading the paper. She adjusted her throat. I felt she is signaling she wanted to say something. I folded the paper and put it back on the table. Turned toward her and looked at her as tell me what you want to tell. She kept looking at me for some time and said you are not alone in this. I did not understand what she meant by that and asked what. She said you are not alone in feeling the way you felt. I asked who is with me in this. I did not have a clue what she is referring to. She kept looking into my eyes. I was waiting for her reply. I thought she was thinking of something to say. She looked at me for perhaps a minute or two. She caught my head and pulled it near to her and kissed me on my mouth. I felt a jolt of lightning run through me. Must have shaken from her kiss. She left my head and asked what happened. It is my turn to pull her and kiss her on the mouth. I kissed her hard and released her. Again, I felt the hotness rising in me. I got up and pulled her up and put my hands on her behind and pulled her close. I kissed her on the cheeks, her mouth, her throat. She hugged me hard and kissed me again. I felt like I was on fire and pushed her to the bed. When I pushed her on the bed, I felt like I found my long-lost lover. I felt like I was waiting for this exact moment my whole life. With urgency, I had removed her nightdress and climbed on her. It was an experience I never had before in my life. It was like two dragons colliding. Tired from the copulation, I rolled aside from her, lay on the bed face up. She got up and brought the packet of fags and gave me one and lit it. I dragged the smoke. She took the fag from me and took a drag and gave it back. It was the first time for me to see her smoking. I took a drag and gave it to her. She took a drag and exhaled the smoke. She again took a drag and gave the fag back to me. I took a drag and was about to give her. She refused and got up and wore her nightdress, and sat on the bed. I took 2 more drags and snubbed it in the ashtray. I adjusted myself, half sat on the bed. She turned towards me and put her hand on my chest, pulling small hairs on my chest. She said, when Guru did those things with me, I felt scared of sex. That is the reason I had to resort to the things I had done with you, by giving you drugs. But when last week you took me inside the house after I had sprained my ankle, I had felt a kind of hotness in me as you described. I did not know what to do. I felt I could not ask you as you are already married and you also have a girlfriend. I thought I could not burden you with me and my problems, and you started to avoid me. I did not understand. What is your problem? You were scared of what you will do with me and break your promise to my father. When I asked you what is your problem, you came out and explained how you felt. You said you were simmering inside. I understood how I myself feel. I myself simmering from that feeling I had when you helped to get to the house. It seems we both lit each other. Our feelings were coexistential and mutually destructive. I wanted to tell you all this at the restaurant, but the waiter came with our tea and my chain of thoughts was broken. Until today I did not understand how I felt about you. Even what I felt, I hid it in me, fearing what Guru did to me. But today I could not contain myself and I had to come out in the open with my feelings. I know I could not do this in that house and I had to bring you here. I am still simmering inside, but now I am feeling like warmth enveloping my whole being. I feel like my life's goal has been achieved. Come, I want to go another round. I want to cool down the simmering heat. Completing the second round, I lay with my face upward and closed my eyes and was in the moment. She said, I want another baby, a girl perhaps. I said, it is all in your hand. But it is better to wait for some more time as Dhruv is still very small. Let him be a little older, then we can think about it. She said, you just say, I am willing to wait for any length of time you want. I said, let me sleep. We will discuss this tomorrow. We have spent 3 days like this, like couples on their honeymoon. On the 4th day around 7 p.m., I felt a knot in my stomach as if someone is in trouble. I called home and Mom lifted the phone. I asked, is everything is fine? How is Dad? She said he had just come back from outside. He went to daughter TT on some work and he returned with fully perspiring and he is vomiting. I said, you call an ambulance immediately. I will send my driver to help you. You cut the call and call an ambulance. I cut the call and called Kurat and asked him about Krishna. He said Krishna went home. I gave him half day, today being Sunday. I said okay and cut the call. I called my house and asked about Ramu. Chitty went and called him. I told him to go to Vakola and collect Krishna and go to my house in Wadala. My mother needed some help and you help her the way she wants it. I will return by first flight. He said okay and cut the call. I asked Loveleen to book the first flight back home. She called someone and said it will be booked. I could not get sleep and was tossing and turning the whole night. I packed the bags, ordered coffee, and woke up Loveleen. She got up and readied and we went to the airport. After reaching Bombay, I called up home and asked for an update. Sahithi said Mom had called her and said everything okay as father had a mild heart attack and they had taken him to the hospital at the right moment. I said I am coming home. I am at the airport. I will speak to you after coming home. We reached home and took Loveline's son and reached Sion Hospital where he is put up. He is in ICU and they are going to shift him to a private room today. By the time we reached he was shifted to a room. Mom asked why did you call and asked about Dad. I said I felt someone is in danger and when you said he was having some problem I thought you should take him to the hospital. Doctors said he will be okay, only he should cut back on his cigarettes. When the doctors came he said we will put him on observation for 24 hours and probably discharge him tomorrow. I said we will take father to our house. We have already provided room for them. He can stay there until he is ready to go to the office. I said I will be back in the evening and we were back at the office. I have not checked with them for the last 4 days about the progress of the software. I sat with Joy and discussed the progress of the software. She said the progress is satisfactory. I said you coordinate with the courier company for the implementation of the software. Loveline is our contact person for the new company. I did not get to speak to you that day as we had to go on emergency work to Delhi. Now we have registered the company. I and Loveline are from our side and the courier company MD will be from the other side. We will be 50-50 partners in the new firm. Now I am leaving the implementation to you. I will not be involved in this anymore. Possibly I will go over to oversee the hospital implementation. I called Mahira and said come to my room. She came over and I asked her is there any enquiry for hardware from the courier company. She said no. I asked her to inquire with them as we are going to launch a new product into the market. They might be needing the hardware. They might also need modems for connecting to telephone lines. She said she will check with them. I asked did Nandini send her requirements for the hospital. She said she had not received any requirements from her. I said when she sends her requirements, be ready to get them to Hyderabad. Don't wait for any advances from them. Immediately get their delivery. I will personally go there and look after the installation. So be ready to supply them the hardware at Hyderabad. Speak with the dealers and tell them to put them ready for delivery. She said okay. I nodded my head and she went away. I said to Joy she will look at the hardware supply if any. Do you have any more questions? She asked what happened to your work in Delhi. I said we had to cut short the work as my father had a heart attack. We will see later about the work there. It is an ongoing process. It is related to politics not software. She said oh, okay. I said you be in touch with courier company. She said okay and got up went. Seeing her going Sunitha came over. I got up and locked the door and I kissed her. I came back and sat down. She asked how is Delhi. I said it is okay. We could not complete the work as my father had a heart attack. We had to come back. So, how the work is going on? She said it is running. I have missed you so. I came over. We have to make do with whatever time we are getting. Come here. I sat her on my lap and kissed her. She went away to her room. I called Nandini and asked where is the list of computer requirements. If you don't send it now your order will be delayed and then installation. She said she will send it to Mahira just now. I cut the call. After half an hour, Nandini came personally to deliver the requirements. I got up and shook her hands and took the list from her. She looked me up down and said you look a little different. I said it is a stressful week as my father had a heart attack. She said you should have put him in our hospital. I said they have called the ambulance and they took him to Sion Hospital as it is closer. Now he is okay. He will be discharged in a day or two. I went through the list and said I will arrange for their delivery. She got up and came towards me. I thought she is coming for a handshake. I got up and extended my hand toward her. She came near, caught my hand, came close, kissed on my cheek and went away. I was shocked by her behavior and sat down on the chair. Does Nandini has feelings for me? Otherwise why would she do that? I have that feeling in me about her. It is better to keep her at her place. Not required to have any relationship with her, except to keep our friendship and business relation. I got up and went out for a fag. Ramu approached me. I asked everything okay with you? Are you comfortable with your quarters? He said everything okay. I want 2 days leave. I asked when do you need it? He said tomorrow and day after tomorrow. I said okay, you can have leave. He went away. I completed my fag and went back to the room. Completing my daily routines, I sat down to write my story. I was typing until lunchtime when Sunitha came to ask me to lunch. I saved and got up and said let us go. Completing lunch, I came back to my office room and continued typing. I heard the knock on the door and I said come in. It's Loveleen. She came inside and sat down on a chair. I looked at her and continued typing. Completing what I have in mind, I stopped and looked at her. There is an open invitation in her eyes. I know it is not safe here. If anyone comes and Sunitha comes to know about us, she will be hurt. I don't want to hurt her feelings for the sake of Loveleen. It seems I am more concerned about Sunitha's feelings than Loveleen's physical relationship. How should we go further in this matter? Shall we get a flat as I used with Sunitha? I don't think it is advisable under these circumstances. Once in a while, we can go to Delhi on one pretext or other. From tomorrow they will start organizing the Shaka Pramukh's meeting. The surroundings will be fully filled with people. I don't know what neighbors will think about this. They may not object to an event by the Sena. It is their headache. We are concerned about recovering our rents. Loveleen asked what are you thinking? I said how we can be together. I can't find an idea as we went to Delhi. After this Sena meeting, I have to go over to Hyderabad to install the hospital software. I told her I will personally do the installation there. She said then let us go there. I will say I want to go there for finding some business opportunities. We can stay together like in Delhi. I said then let us try it out. She got up and kissed me on the cheeks and went away. What is with people today? They are all kissing me on the cheeks. Am I looking funny or something? I got up and went to the bathroom, looked at myself. I don't normally look at myself, even when brushing my hair. I just do it without noticing about myself. It seems I must have put a little weight. My face seemed puffy. Maybe our kind of living in Delhi must have caused that. I seemed little fairer than normally am. Am I looking like a teddy bear to these ladies? I touched a little water to my face and rubbed it with the towel and came back and sat down. With Loveleen's arrival, my chain of thoughts has broken. Thinking about their actions has disturbed my writing. I closed the writing and got up and came out. I lit a fag and looked at the gate. It seems there is a different watchman at the gate. That day we had a different watchman at the house, today here. I know there are 2 watchmen per the bungalow. One works in the day and one works in the night. Sometimes they interchange as per their requirements. But changing the watchman altogether. Who has appointed them and who is changing them? I walked over to the house and entered Loveleen's room. I asked her, do you know who has appointed the watchman for our bungalows? She said she had no idea. I asked her, did you notice the watchmen were changing all of a sudden? Tomorrow the Sena people will start arriving. I feel a little apprehension about the changed watchman. I lifted the receiver and called Shaka Pramukh. I told him about my apprehensions and asked him to have their own people for security during their meetings. He said he will send their own people and check who these watchmen are. I cut the call and looked at Loveleen. I sat down on a chair thinking about how these watchmen are involved with our buildings. Who appoints them? Who pays them? For the time being Shaka Pramukh will look after the security. We will check once their meetings are completed. Loveleen got up and locked the door and came to me and stood in front of me. I looked up at her thinking about what she had in mind. With Sunitha, I would know what she had in her mind. But with Loveleen it is different. I have to assume things and act accordingly. She has also a high attitude. It is difficult to act with her sometimes. After the 3 days I spent with her I am getting a hang of the things with her and we had to cut short our tour. At least I called home at the correct time. Mom would not know how to act in these situations. Dad always taught me to act. I would think about what he would do in these situations and I would get an idea of what to do. Loveleen caught my hair and pulled my head back, and kissed me. I felt the heat in her kiss. I don't know why, but with Loveleen, I would always feel the heat with her. It seems she has contained her heat for all these years. She has become cold as ice with the men. Now her ice is melting and her heat is coming out. I kissed her back. She pulled me up and sat me on the bed. I let her do as she thinks fit to do. She pulled her sari up and sat facing me. She continued kissing me and I let her lead. She opened my belt and slid the zip down. I kissed her on her neck and fingered her. I pressed and she made me enter her and she moved rhythmically until she is satisfied. She got up and sat beside me. I lay back trying to recover from her onslaught. It took me 5 minutes. I got up and adjusted my dress. She opened the door and went out and I sat on the chair and lit a fag. Sitting there I thought, how long can I bear her onslaught? Completing my fag, I snubbed on the ashtray, got up and went into the kitchen and made myself a tea and took it to the library and sat down. I started to write the story. Now I have reached when Sneha dies by accident. Completing the writing, I felt helpless with the situation. I shut down the computer and got up and went out. I did not feel like doing anything. I went from the back gate into the beach and sat down on the hot sand. Even though the sand was hot, a cool wind blowing from the sea. I lit a fag and kept staring at the sea. I don't know how long I sat there. When Sunitha and Joy came and sat both side of me, I came back from reverie. I looked at them sitting beside me and asked, what are you doing here? Joy said, when I came to the window, I thought I saw you sitting on the beach. I called Sunitha and showed her. She said, actually it is you and we came to see what are you doing. Sunitha said he would only come and sit like this when he remembers Sneha. I nodded my head and kept looking downwards as not to show my filled eyes. In the whole world it is only Sunitha who understands me without talking. She took out a kerchief from her purse and gave me. I rubbed my eyes and gave back the kerchief. She asked what happened. I said, I told you I was writing my biography. Today I reached the point where Sneha dies. I could not continue the writing and came and sat down. Joy looked at Sunitha. What is the story? Sunitha mouthed, I will tell you later. We three of us sat there looking at the sea. Sunitha. It seems Kumar has not recovered from Sneha's death. Whenever he remembers her, he goes into a shell of some kind. He becomes sensitive and it feels like he was about to break down. Then he picks himself up and becomes normal and goes on his work. She was his strength and his weakness. He had spent around 7 or 8 years with her. We went back inside and Joy came behind me to my room and persisted on me telling her their love story, as I would call it. I narrated the story as he had told me at the time of the party. I always feel I was part of his story whenever I narrate it. It might be the reason we had come together. When he narrated the story, I became a part of his story. I wanted to hug him. Looking at the others sitting there, I had controlled myself. It must be the moment I connected with him. It has taken me some time as I was working and could not get time to meet him. Then I had to plan to get him to look for a flat for me. Then we were together whenever it was possible for me to meet him. He took time off from his busy schedule and used to meet me. Then he had saved me from the bomb blast and I lost my job in the same incident. I am alive due to his diligence only and I owe my life to him. Even if everybody leaves his side, I would never abandon him. Telling Joy his story has brought out my inner feelings. I felt like I lived with him those years at college and what happened later. It comes and stops before her death at the hotel. I don't want to repeat that part of the story but had to tell her. I just told her she died in a fire accident. I could not continue what happened after that. I felt like my whole life has come to a standstill. I felt like I could not bear it. I got up, poured the whiskey I keep for Kumar and took it in a gulp, and sat down. Joy looked at me with a concerned look and asked what happened. I said I lost my cool telling you the story. I felt like something hit me in the chest. You carry on, I am going back to my room. Instead of going to my room, I went to Kumar's room and lay on the sofa there, and closed my eyes. Kumar. When Sunitha entered my room and lay on the bed, I thought about what happened. I felt a light smell of whiskey from her. Did she drink before coming to my room? What is the need for her to drink? I let her sleep. She must be having some problem, as I never saw her coming to my room to sleep. Maybe she was tired to go to the house. I let her sleep for an hour or so, then made 2 cups of tea and woke her up. She must have been refreshed by the sleep. She got up and took the cup and said thanks. I asked her, did you have drink before coming here? She said, I had a peg from your bottle. I asked, what is the need for the drink? She replied, I had been telling your story to Joy and I became emotional from that's why I took a peg and came here and slept it off. I know you will understand. I said, don't mind me. Why did you really become emotional from telling her the story? She replied, when I was telling Sneha's story I was living her experiences. I don't know how that could happen. I have seen everything happening in front of me. When it came to the part where Sneha caught fire, I was thinking about you and the children. How you can live without me. I was feeling the same way Sneha would have felt when she was fighting for her life. You called me and I opened my eyes and I wanted to tell you something, but I could not speak. I trying to shout, you were not listening. I wanted to tell you to look after Atul and Reena. Then everything became blank. Then I felt I could not bear anymore, took the bottle I keep for you from the cupboard and took a peg and told Joy I am going to my room, and then on the way I saw your room and came and lay down here. I said I always thought our feelings and bad memories always surrounding us, and sometimes some people catch those memories and may live through them. I think that could have happened with you. Some people call it ghosts. There is nothing like ghosts. It is our bad memories twirling in the nature as a black energy, which when telling the story, you caught. I think you might have caught it at the time I am sitting in the beach. I just completed the part of her death, and what I have written just now, what around me is an energy. You came and sat beside me and you put your hand on my shoulder. That must be the time you caught the energy, and by telling the story you relived the story. I can't find any other reason for your emotional outburst. Joy did not feel the energy because she did not touch me and we did not have such a connection yet. How did you feel when you were reliving the story? She said, I felt your love, your frustration when she went away. And the feelings when she returned with your 2 children. One side the problem with Kurat and another side Sneha had returned with your children. You did not have time for hugging the children. You can't explain your feelings to Sneha. You can't scold her for going away. Your feelings did not come out as words. I know you want to tell me I love you, but you were dumbstruck by my return. You were thinking what you will tell Sahithi. How you can explain the love you have for Sneha, and you know Sahithi loves you that much and you don't want to disappoint her. I felt every one of those emotions. It was like I was looking into your mind and heart. You and I were the same person. I have become you. I thought I was living the emotions of Sneha. No, it was your emotions for Sneha I was living. I understand how we could connect. We had a link maybe from the last birth. I said we may have a link from this birth but from a different dimension. She said, what are you talking? I said I was reading about this for some time. I am thinking Lena came from another dimension. Otherwise she would not know so much about our family and over that she was Sahithi's daughter. I thought about the circumstances of her disappearance and where she grew up, and it does not match our life. So, I concluded that she must have come from another dimension. She asked, that means she can't go back. I said I really don't know. She might be pulled back by the same force which brought her here. That is why I was aloof with her, thinking she might go back to her dimension, and I don't want to have that pain. It was different with Sahithi altogether. She was catching that Sahithi's motherly emotions and becoming distressed. I had to bring her back to her senses, so I told her she is your daughter only from the future. Then when she believed that Lena is her daughter only and she become normal. I hope that reduces the heartache that Sahithi must be feeling. You must be knowing what motherly love is. How it can affect if your loved child is no longer in front of you. I have seen mothers suffer for sending their kids to school or college away from them. That motherly love, only a mother can have. A father's love is different. They spoil their kids with love. Either too much love or no love at all. Some even show negative love. I don't call it hate. I don't think there is a word for that in our vocabulary. She said I have seen those kinds of fathers. Very strict, very controlling. Sneha's father must be one of them. Instead of understanding her love for you, they caught her single word that she ate non-veg with you and sent her away from you. What is their caste? I said I don't know and never asked her. I assume they must be Vaishyas. I think Srinu's family is also the same. They are businessmen and they have a lot of charitable institutes in Vijayawada. Like our school and college and Choltries and such things. We have many people around our house. But we never had a problem with them. They never objected to us eating non-veg. My grandparents had very good relations with them. They treat us like family members and call us for all the functions. After coming to Bombay, we have left all of them behind. One thing I did not understand is why her grandparents have acted such a way with me. They are not violent people, like some other people from Rayalaseema. They must have been deeply hurt from knowing I had taken her away from their care. They must have told the persons who they had sent only to bring her back anyhow. They must have misunderstood what they meant by that. Otherwise they would not have hit me mercilessly. I don't know whose idea is that to take her away from me. They fell on their faces when they found she was pregnant. But they went for saving their faces instead of sending her back to me. If they had sent her to me, the story would be different. I would not have married Sahithi. Sneha might be alive today. I looked at the time, it is nearing 6 p.m. I said, let us go home. She looked at her time, I have to print today's leads and run to her room. I waited until she came back with the printout. We both went to the house. She put the printout at the designated place for Sunitha and she went away to her room. I sat down on the sofa. Chitty brought children to the hall to play. I told them to come and sit with me. One by one came and sat down on the sofa. I inquired about their studies. If they have any doubts or problems with the studies. They said no problems. Dhruv said he wanted to go to school. I said I will send him to school. The three of them got up to play hide and seek. Dhruv sat with me looking at them playing. He did not understand how to play the game. He would run behind them to catch. I caught him close and looking at them playing. In Delhi, she indirectly confirmed he is my son. Loveleen came and sat other side of Dhruv. I eyed her and loosened my grip on Dhruv. He moved towards her and put his hand on her thigh. I ruffled his head and got up and went to library. Maybe because Sunitha took my negative energy, I felt rejuvenated from the emotions. This must be sharing problems everyone talks about but doesn't know how it works. I sat down on my chair and continued typing. I was typing how I felt when I first saw Sunitha at the kids' third birthday. We did not celebrate their second birthday as Sneha was dead and we were in mourning. The third birthday was a small affair with family and friends. How she came there with Ram's invitation and he was spellbound by her beauty. I thought the two would get connected and instead Sunitha has connected to me. How she was sympathetic towards Sneha's death and want to help us solve the case for us. She has taken initiative and even went to Sneha's village to find the reason. But she came back without success, but those events lead to the finding the real reason behind her death and found the culprit. Finally, she has solved the case for us indirectly. I stopped there and thought she has really been a pal to me. She has stood beside me when Sahithi was incooperative in bed. Maybe Sahithi drove me to her. Maybe it was my connection with her that pulled me towards her. I continued to type with my story with Sunitha, Sahithi, and Mahira in between. How I fell for Mahira. Then it was Loveleen who has kept me away from Mahira. I have started writing about how I met Loveleen when she hit me with her car and gave me her card and went away. What did I think about her then? I did not see her face then, to fall for her. I had treated her as I would have treated any other lady in her position. I am not the type of person to get angry and shout at people. I try to make them understand the situation. I hardly ever fought with anyone. Except for one bully when I was in 7th standard. He and Ram had a scrap at the milk booth. I don't remember what is the reason. From then on he started to bully me. He would come on my face and shout, call names, and things like that. One day I was coming home with my family, my mother, grandmothers. I was walking a little in front of them and they were walking slowly. We had neared Gandhi's statue. He came and shouted in my face. I calmly hit him over the face and he fell sideways and he never disturbed me again. I thought my mother would scold me. It seems she has not seen my interaction with him. She never brought that matter up. I am a patient person, who does not take these kinds of actions without provocation. This time I remembered another incident. One boy from school used to call me names and I was standing on my grandfather's balcony and he called me a name. I scolded him for calling him names at the house. It would be different if we are at school. He must have gone and told his mother and she was standing outside shouting something and I went calmly in front of her on a work. By the time I returned they dispersed. I could not remember any more incidents from my life where I had to raise my voice on anyone. Even Srinu bullying I had to bear for some time, then he stopped. Then I thought patience wins in the end. I kept my patience from that time till now. Even knowing there was something wrong in Sneha's death, I kept my cool and tried to find out what happened in a methodical way only. I let her grandparents deal with the person responsible for her death. I completed the story of how Sunitha, Loveleen have entered into my life. How I had to get Sahithi a new beginning with Loveleen and how we went to Delhi. How I on a whim went to see her husband Guru and how I had planned to get her out of his grip. How I met Dimple and used her as a pawn to discredit Guru, which in turn resulted in the minister being resigned and subsequent elections being announced. How I using predictive analysis helped them win the elections in just 3 months. How my life made a turn from that time. I have raised many steps at one time from the events. How I decided to take all my friends with me in my journey and establish the software firm and took all of them as partners. Except for Kurat, everyone is directly involved in our firm. I even pulled Loveleen now into the firm. Why I want all of them working with me. Sahithi came over to call me for dinner. I closed the app and went to the dining room for dinner. I looked for Sunitha. Not finding her at the dining table, I asked Sahithi where is Sunitha. She replied she said she is having a headache and did not come for dinner. I said I will have look and went to her room. She is still sleeping. I asked her are you alright? She seemed to have taken more drink. I asked why did you drink again? She said I could not bear the swirling thoughts in my head. I did not know you were suffering this much. I said what is the need for you take all this pain for me? Let me help you. I put my hand on her forehead and recited a mantra for releasing the negative energy. It has taken me 15 minutes to clear her of the negative energy. At last she sat up on the bed and I took her to the dining room. Sahithi asked are you okay now? I said I had given her medicine. She must be okay now. Sahithi said sit down I will serve you. After lunch, I went out to have a fag. Sunitha came behind me asked did you feel any pain when you removed my negative energy? I said no, it is a kind of therapy I learned. She asked how do you live with so much pain in you? I said I don't have that much pain always, mostly it is dull pain. When I am emotionally disturbed like when I was writing about her I am affected. When Sneha went away I was very much affected. Day to day the pain has increased and it reached such a state I could not have food. I could not work. I was a step away from becoming a mad person. At that time Sahithi came and because of her support I have recovered. She asked did Sahithi was affected by your negative energy? She was not like you. She did not get affected by it. That's why it has taken me so much time to recover. Next time don't touch me when I am affected. I will find a way to decrease the power of the negative energy. I went back to the library to continue writing. I typed until Sahithi came and called for sleeping. I closed the system and went and lay on the bed. Immediately I went to sleep being totally tired. I got up hearing the sounds from outside. I looked out and they already started making arrangements for the Sena meeting. I went and had a look that they are not damaging the property. Came back readied and went to the office. I immersed myself with checking the projects. The matrimonial application is almost ready. Mahira came and said the company is sending the computers to Hyderabad. Completing my work, I went over to the bungalows and looked over. The various Shaka Pramukhs started arriving and they were providing them rooms based on their authority in the organization. The Kola Shaka Pramukh came over and took me to meet some important members. Some of them I recognized as they have already visited our office. I shook hands with them and we sat down where they arranged some mattresses on the floor for sitting. We sat down and some of the members came and sat down. One of them asked is it your idea to arrange the meeting? I said I have given some ideas previously and they seem to be hit with the voters. Then we decided we should get ideas from the people of the state. Now all the Shaka Pramukhs from all over the state can express their problems and solutions. Those solutions may be useful for other regions also. Say for example one area is having a problem with drinking water. We can have a borewell dug and fix a motor to it to get water for surrounding areas. This idea can be followed in many areas. If we do this and present this as our achievement and we will do many such things if we are elected, it will have a great effect on the coming elections. Why should we do this? Asked one member. I said because we can't lose this election. At any cost we should win these elections. I am not saying we should dig borewells only, we should do these kind of welfare acts where they are needed. We have to show the present government can't do anything for the people. They can't even keep people safe from terrorists. It should be our campaign in this election. They were discussing among themselves what I just spoke. Those from the village areas were asking others who have understood me. Some have come to Vikola Shaka Pramukh to confirm these details. He said he will speak to them again. I said thanks for listening to me and got up and went back to the office. Made myself a cup of tea and came out for a fag. Then in the evening, they had the meeting and he had invited me as a guest. I sat with them and watched the proceedings. Many people came up with many ideas for their locations. He had put some people to note down the problems and solutions, which they said they will print books and will distribute among them. This went on until dinner time. They broke up for dinner and said they will continue the meeting tomorrow. If anyone wants to give their problems and solutions, they can pass them on in writing so that they can be incorporated in their book and printed and distributed before they disperse. If anyone doesn't have solutions to their problems, those also can be given in writing so that collectively they will find solutions for those problems. They all got up and went to have dinner. I went with them for the show. I had light food and said bye and went to the house. The next day the meeting started around 11 a.m. It went on until 8 p.m. After the dinner, Shaka Pramukh called me and there were some important members with him. They were discussing what points to be put in the book. I advised them the common problems and solutions need not be mentioned there. We need solutions where we can't provide immediate relief or where government funding is required. If we print them, they can show in their localities that we have noted their problems and we will provide relief immediately if we come to power, else we will try to influence who is in power. We will certainly bring some solution to their problems. Main problems we can put in our manifesto also. We sat and sorted through the problems and decided which need to be put in a book and sent for printing. If anything, new and important points to be mentioned can be put in a supplementary book, which can be sent to them by post or courier as the case may be. Now showing these welfare measures, we can ask for donations from well-to-do families also. These meetings went on for 5 days and I had to be present in the meetings and I had to make notes myself for improving my software. As I can understand Marathi well, I did not have a problem. The only problem is that I can't speak fluent Marathi and I just managed with my Hindi, English, and broken Marathi. I had put aside my other official works and been with the meetings daily. The book was published in Marathi for the sake of distribution. Some members took extra copies to show to the people. Overall, the meetings were a success. Mahira informed that the computers were delivered to Hyderabad. I spoke to the persons who have done our networking and send them there to complete networking. They collected their equipment and left for Hyderabad. Now Nandini already left for Hyderabad. I rang her up and said sorry for the delay as I was busy with the meetings. I will come there in a day or two. I am sending the networking people. Get the networking done before I reach there. Tell me what else you need. She said nothing else for now. When you come here I will speak with you. I said okay and cut the call. Joy informed that the software is ready for distribution. I asked her how they are going to update photos. She said she had not provided for them. I said photos are an integral part of the software. Do we have a scanner in our office? She said yes. I said plan for using the scanners for uploading the photos to the computers and we will plan them to send to the branches. I said we will wait until the photos software is installed before sending the software for testing to the courier company. I inquired about the software for Godrej. She said they are testing the software now and it will be implemented by March end. I said I might be going to Hyderabad for updating the hospital software there and you coordinate with Mahira for testing the software with the courier company. She asked why Mahira, Loveleen, will not be available. I said she is showing interest in visiting Hyderabad. We have not planned anything, so I will not know how long she will be in Hyderabad. Then she is thinking about visiting Bangalore and Madras for expanding business. Nothing is fixed yet. Joy said if you are planning for a branch elsewhere, why don't you send me there? I said I will think about Hyderabad if you are okay with it. We will start off with a joint venture with Nandini to start a branch. She will need someone to look after the software there. She will coordinate for selling the software also. We will think something. Are you not comfortable staying in Bombay? She said I still have some fear in my heart. I said then come over and stay at our house. She said I will think about it and went away. I called Loveleen. I am planning to go to Hyderabad in a day or two. She said I will also come with you. I asked do you want to bring Dhruv with you? She said I would certainly bring him with me. I said I will plan accordingly and cut the call. I booked for us in the first-class flight and informed her about the travel plans. I thought about what I told Joy about starting a business in Hyderabad. At the time I had told her as to why we were going to Hyderabad. But now it seems we can start our triple business from a single place. If not 3, we can have 2 businesses. One is software and the second is hardware. If she is interested in the interior decoration business we can start. Both the businesses can run from a single room also. We can also provide matrimonial services also. But to start the interior decoration business we need bigger office premises. Then it will be an altogether different proposition. First, let us think about the software and hardware. Our investment would be almost nil. Just rent a room and have 1 of 2 staff and we can run the branch there. We can order from Bombay. Software is for the requirements we can allot staff or I can do the implementation. It seems to be a workable idea for now. I will speak with Loveleen first then I will think about speaking with the others. Except for Kurat, everyone else is available here to speak with them. Maybe I will have a meeting with them before going to Hyderabad. I went to Sunitha's room and then to Joy and we went for lunch. At lunchtime, I discussed about the new branches to be planned with Loveleen and Sunitha. They said it is a good idea. Loveleen said she wants to see the city before deciding about starting her firm there. She has also to think about a manager there. They have to train someone here and had to send them there. Then that person has to be dependable. Let us see the conditions there then we will decide. I told Joy and Sunitha that we are going to Hyderabad in 2 days. We are planning to look for places for our businesses. From there we might be going to Bangalore and Madras. We will also check the Pan-India matrimonial working in those cities. I think you can manage our businesses here. They said in unison we can manage. I told Joy if you feel scared at staying there, you tell the driver, he will arrange for your things to be shifted here. What you have only clothes. I told Sunitha we will discuss the finances after lunch. Bring me the accounts to me. She nodded understandingly. Completing lunch, I came out of the house, lit a fag, and walked to the office. I sat down and called Godrej purchase manager. I said sorry I could not get time to call them as the Sena meetings were going on. He asked what are the meetings about. I said about the coming elections. We are planning with the state members. I asked about the delivery of the systems. He said the systems were installed. The typists were learning the use of the systems but were very happy with getting the systems. The typing is easier and they can save the documents and making corrections became easier. Others are getting trained in the use of the systems. We are only having some people for testing the software. Your developers said they will clear the data once the software passes the testing and they can start afresh from the 1st of April. I said I will be going to Hyderabad on business after 2 days. If he needs to contact me, give a call to our operator. She will inform me and I will call you or she will provide the contact knows. He said he will keep that in mind. I said if you need anything please contact me. He said he will do that. I said we are starting Pan-India matrimonial services with the courier company. He asked what is Pan-India. I said we are integrating the data with the whole of India. We are going to share the data with each branch. He said give us the details, we might have some use for that. I said I will send someone to show you how the thing will work. He said okay, do that. I cut the call. I called Mahira and said Godrej's purchase manager wants to see how our matrimonial software works. Maybe they are thinking the technology might be useful for them. I have to clear up my desk by the time we will go to Hyderabad. I better get a laptop. I called Mahira and said get me a laptop immediately. I want to load our software to take to Hyderabad. I called Joy and asked did you have a copy of the hospital data? She replied yes, we have a copy for the testing purposes. I said okay, I have ordered for a laptop, please load the data and software and other software also for demo purposes. I will take them to Hyderabad. Sunitha came over catching accounts books. I called Pauline, told her not to pass on any calls. Sunitha came in and locked the door. I said I will be away for a week. Come on, let us complete our weekly quota. Completing our work and Sunitha went away. I got up and went out to have a fag. I came back, copied my own software in floppies to transfer to the laptop. After some time, Joy brought the laptop to me and said she had copied all the required software in the laptop. I said thanks and took the laptop and copied my own software into the laptop in a separate folder. I opened my book software and started typing. Once I got up and made a cup of tea and continued until Sunitha and Joy came to my room. I went with them and Sunitha gave the day's report to Sahithi and went to her room. I told Sunitha to arrange a room for Joy for the time being. After I return from Hyderabad, I will see what we should do about her stay. I told Joy, you get your clothes and come stay from tomorrow. Chitty brought a cup of tea and gave me. I took the cup and went over to the library. I put down the laptop and continued typing. I continued typing until Sahithi asked me to come for dinner. I went over to the dining room and sat down on a chair. Sahithi, Sunitha and Loveleen had come to the dining room. I told them we are going to Hyderabad. We want to check for expanding our business there. Maybe we will also visit Bangalore and Madras. Check the business opportunities. Sahithi asked, can we take up new businesses now? We are in the planning phase now. Until we look at things and discuss, we can't finalize anything. We will have a meeting tomorrow. We will discuss these things. After coming back, we will have a board meeting and finalize the matter. Sahithi looked at me as we will speak later. I completed my dinner and went out to have a fag. Sunitha came behind me and we made a round of the ground silently. Came back and went to the library. I rang up Nandini and told her about our booking flight tickets and asked her to book a suite or a double room at a nearby hotel. I cut the call, opened the laptop and started typing. I looked at Sunitha and she was looking at me. I lifted my eyebrows and continued to type. She shook her head. It seems she is concerned about my going. I said I will come back in a week. She just nodded her head. It seems she is feeling I am slipping from her fingers. I said, don't worry about anything. Everything will work out to our advantage. I stopped typing and sat back on the chair and looked at her. It seems my posture has had a calming effect on her. I kept looking at her and she seemed relaxed. She said good night and went to her room. I waited 5 minutes and locked the door from inside and slipped from the French doors into the corridor and went to Sunitha's room and knocked on her French door. She unlocked the French doors and I slipped inside. I said, why are you worried? This is the first time I am seeing you like this. What happened? Are you concerned about something? She shook her head. I said, come and kissed her, and I sat with her on the bed and put my hand on her shoulder and pulled her closer. We sat there like this for some time and I removed my hand and said, you take rest. We will speak tomorrow, and came back to my room. For effect, I flushed the toilet and came and unlocked and opened the door. Sahithi is standing outside the door. I asked her what. She said to come for sleeping. I said I am coming and closed the laptop, came out of the room and locked the door and went with her to the bedroom. I want her to think I locked the door because of the laptop. I went and lay on the bed facing the ceiling. Sahithi came after 5 minutes and lay beside me. She put her hand on my chest and asked, have you decided to shift to Hyderabad? I said no, I am planning offices all over India. We will put each of our people there as in charge. She asked, like who? I said Mahira has some relatives in Hyderabad. If she is willing, I will send her to Hyderabad. Sunitha has roots in Madras. She knows the local language also. So, I can send her to Madras, things like that. She said, you see, I have my parents here. I don't know anyone in Hyderabad and I don't want to go there. I said, I know you don't want to go away from this house. Don't worry, Loveleen won't let you go away from here. She needs you here. Once Loveleen planned for me to work with them in Delhi and said you were needed here, that is before elections. I am just giving examples. We have not decided anything yet. Our idea is to expand and increase our profitability. We can only increase profits by increasing our sales. For that we need to expand. She said, okay, I know all that. Only I don't want to shift anywhere else from here. I said okay and closed my eyes, pretending to be asleep. The morning I got up and readied, had breakfast and went to the office. I asked Pauline to prepare the agenda for the meeting and give each a copy. I told Sahithi to come to the meeting before going to their offices. I called all the staff to the meeting. I went to the conference room and waited there with laptop. One by one started coming in. Pauline is handing them the agenda for the meeting. I kept typing on the laptop. When all the members were present, I addressed the meeting. I said, now we are entering the expansion mode. We need to expand to survive in the market. At present the software market is just expanding. We are in such a phase, we just started, but we got some good software products like our hospital software and our manufacturing company software, etc. Our matrimonial software, we will be using for internal purpose with the courier company. We can plan to have it used in the upcoming branches too, but we have to do it with Pan-India matrimonial services only for obvious reason. We need to share the data and we have to keep sharing data with other branches. The hospital software can be sold anywhere in India, but we need to find hospitals and we need to sell them. Same with factory software. These are already available with us, so we can directly approach them and show the demo and sell the software. Next on our agenda is to get orders for custom-made software. We need to approach potential clients and sell them software. We have to make them understand the benefits of using the software. We should push for both software and hardware sales at these companies. Next point is services. When the mandatory 1-year free service period over, we should approach them for maintenance of the software. We should not let them approach others for maintenance. This is very important. If others come in our business space, we will not only lose the customers, we will lose the software as well. They will try to reverse engineer our software and try to encroach into our space. We have to keep our competition out of our client base. I am saying this because some of you may think, what is in it for us? I want you to grow with us. I am not going to disappoint any one of you. I have been keeping some shares for you aside, which you get when you complete 5 years of service with us. This is aside from the salaries we are paying you. So, remember, this company is yours as much as ours. We are all in partners in this venture. Now anyone is interested in shifting their base to other cities of states, you can now express interest. No one said anything. I said so. Every one of you is interested to stay in Bombay only. Then we need to recruit others and train them and put as in charges at our branches. Hearing the word in charges, they started coming forward. Mahira said she can go to Pune. Rajesh said he can't go anywhere else as his family is here. Nishita said she can think of Ahmedabad. Sunitha said she can go and train in Madras for a short period. Then Mahira said she can also go and train in Hyderabad. The meeting concluded with all agreeing we should expand into new territories. How to do it we will discuss from time to time. I rang up and informed Kurat of the details of meeting. I sat in the conference room, continued my writing. I am writing up to lunchtime. When Sunitha and Joy came, we went to the house for lunch. After lunch, I came out and lit a fag and we all came back to the office by walk. Sunitha and Joy were discussing about going to branches. Sunitha is saying that if Kumar comes and visits, I am ready to go to any branch. It seems she is giving me a hint. I continued writing. By this time I came to the part where Suresh comes and informs us how likely Sneha had died, and we all got closure in the matter. Over that her grandfather had sent us 5 lakhs in cash as her part of the inheritance. That might have closed our relationship with them, but also the fact that they have regretted what they have done and also have forgiven us. I thought if I ever visit Vijayawada I should take the kids and show them to Sneha's parents. Maybe I should take them to visit Durga Temple. Or invite them to Bombay to see our raise to fame. I should have sent a message through Suresh when he came to give the message from her grandparents. I should at least have called them for their birthday. I can understand how they must have felt when she died. But I have suffered more than them during this period. They made me suffer 3 times. First after completion of junior college, second time at my sister's marriage. The third time is not their fault, but they have a hand in that too, by sending the money through a killer. He had let her die for that money. They think they are the only ones suffering from her death. When will they understand my suffering? I don't think these parents will ever understand their kids' love and discretions. They should be like our parents, had never objected to our love or indiscretions, and they have always supported us. Most of the Indian parents are not like them. I think there are very few parents like us. Some parents give too much freedom. That is also there. It should be in moderate. Joy came and said, I want to update the softwares. We have made modifications in the matrimonial software and manufacturing company's software. I said, give me the source code. I will go through that once I get some time. I want to find bugs in the software. She said she will put it on the server. I can get it from there. I said okay. I told her to sit down. After she sat down, I asked her how you are finding work here. It's okay, better than in the USA. There I was always in a tense mood. I don't know what will happen in the next minute. Sometimes I don't have money for petrol. I used to buy prepaid cards and used to keep them. Sometimes he used to steal them too. I have seen hell there. Compared to that, here I feel I am in heaven. Sometimes I feel lonely, then I think it is better to be lonely than to be in the company of my husband. I wanted to apply for a divorce, but I don't know how I can do that from here. He might come over here if I file for divorce. He might get my address and I don't know what he will do. Here I feel like I am working in my own company. What money can't buy I get here. That is support from you all. I asked, have you got your daily needs? She said yes. Did you get your own room? She said yes. Until I am back you take care. She went away. I continued my writing and I felt an urge that I should complete the story as soon as possible. When Sunitha and Joy came to go home, I said, let us go and sit on the beach for some time. We went and sat on the sand looking at the sea. Sunitha sat further away fearing negative power. I told her to come near and caught hold of her hand and said, there is no negative power in me. I wanted to sit in the sand looking at the sea with you. When I said that, Joy also came close to me. We sat there looking at the sea until it was dark and then we went to our house. We completed our dinner and went to our rooms. I lay on the bed and thought about what I am going to do tomorrow. Our father is fine and came back home. His danger has been averted. We will go to Hyderabad and install the software and look at some business opportunities there. Shall we go to Bangalore and Madras too? We don't know anyone in Bangalore. I think we can at least visit Madras. We will see about Bangalore later. Thinking about these business matters, I slipped into sleep. When Sahiti came and asked, are you sleeping? I awoke. I said, you asking sleeping fellow, are you sleeping? She said, normally you would sit in the library. Are you feeling well? I said, I am okay. I left the laptop in the office. That is why I came here and lay down. I will have a fag and come. I got up and went out. The next day, I got up and readied and went to the office. Collected my laptop and came back to the house. Went to my room and packed for the trip and went and checked with the Loveleen. She is packing her and Druv's clothes. I told her to speed up the packing and went to my room, took the bag and put it in the car and returned to Loveleen's room. I called the driver and told him to collect Loveleen's bags and put them in the car. We three of us sat down in the car and the driver drove us to the airport and dropped us at the airport and went away. We put our luggage in a trolley, went in and handed our tickets and got a boarding pass and took our handbags and went through security and waited at the gates for boarding. I took Dhruv into my hands and rocked and he fell asleep. I put him on my shoulder and rocked him. Then the boarding is called. We went and sat in our seats. As it is the first class, we had ample room to sit and put Dhruv to sleep. In an hour's time, we were in Hyderabad. Nandini came to the airport in her car and took us to the hotel. She said this hotel is not nearest to the hospital, but it is the best and nearest to the hospital. Don't worry about transport. I will pick you up daily from the hotel and take you to the hospital. I said thanks. We went inside the hotel and registered ourselves. By the time Nandini parked the car and came over to the reception, we all went to our room and put aside our luggage and tipped the porter and he went away. The room is as we asked, 2 bedrooms and a hall and everything a room normally has. Nandini asked, is this room okay? I said it will do and looked at Loveleen. She nodded her head. Nandini sat down on the sofa. I asked her, do you want something like a cool drink? She said no thanks. I removed the laptop, put it on the table. Nandini asked, shall we go to the hospital and have a look? I said to Loveleen, take some rest. I will have a look at the hospital and will be back. Loveline said okay. Come back as early as possible. I said see you then. I picked up the laptop and went with her to the parking. We got in the car and she took me to the hospital. I went there last when the foundation stone was laid. Now the area has totally changed. She first took me to her father. He was in a meeting with some people. He said come and introduce them. They were discussing starting an electricity generating unit. The other party has got approval for starting an electricity generating unit. They were asking Mr. Subba Rao about building it for them. Mr. Subba Rao said you have come at the correct time and introduced me as Kumar, and we developed software and had come from Bombay to install the software, and we have supplied the computers. Another team head is Mr. Reddy and they have come for building the plant. I asked how are you planning the finances? He said we got a loan from a USA company. We took leave and went checking the networking and placing of the switches. I checked the networking by connecting the laptop at some places and checked and found it to be satisfactory. I went and checked where the server is placed. I said I will be doing the server installation. And the other systems will be installed by the company person, who will be arriving the next day. I checked the placement of the systems and noted what part of the software is to be installed where. Completing inspection, we returned to Nandini's cabin and sat down. She ordered tea for us. I asked her, how are you? She replied I am fine. Why did you get Loveline with you? I said we are looking into expanding here. I was planning for having a small sales office here. For selling software and hardware. She said if you want a single office room, I might find a room for you here on this premises. I said I don't know if it is feasible. Clients might not find it easy to come here. She said we will give you a room and phone connection and what else do you need? I said I am thinking of having a room, where we can set up the office and the developer can stay over there in the room, like live there. Something like that. She said if you are having to send your person, they would be by choice only. But if you have a salesman from here that it is not necessary for you to provide them accommodation. I said that is okay. What we are going to look at, is if it is feasible to have an interior decorating firm here, that is Loveline's domain. I don't have any idea about it. I feel the Hyderabad computer industry is going to be changed in the near future. I would like to meet Mr. Naidu. Nandini said we might know someone, who can get you a meeting. Rohan had done surgery for someone in their family. I think I can get you a meeting. Tea was brought to us and having tea we came back to the hospital parking. Nandini asked shall we go somewhere? I asked where shall we go? Nandini said I can't call Loveline. She has Dhruv to look after. Let us go to Rohan house. It is close by. I will go and get the keys. You sit here for a minute. She went and came after 2 minutes showing triumphantly the keys in her hand. She said let us go. We came out of the hospital. She said let us go by walk it is just 2 minutes distance. We walked to the new apartment block. We went by lift to the top floor. She opened the lock and we entered the apartment. Seeing the apartment, I said wow, what a nice apartment. I think we should have this kind of apartment. She said if you want one, I will book you one. I asked is there something on the lower floors? She said people now prefer higher floors. If you want the lowest we have first floor. I asked can we see it? She said I think there is some work going on. Let go and see. She took the keys and we came out and she closed the door. We came by the lift to the first floor. We looked into the flat. The flooring is being put. We had a look from the outside and I thought we should have a look at it. I asked when can we have a proper look. I think Loveline would want to have a look at the flat. I am sure if she sees the flat, she will consider having an office here. She said I will check and let you know. Let us go back to the flat. We got in the lift and rode up to the flat. She opened the door and she told me to sit on the sofa and went inside. She came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. She put them on the table and went inside the kitchen and came out with some snacks. She poured a peg each and we started to sip and munch. She is talking about something non-stop. I am just absent-mindedly listening to her and saying aha, or something like that. I keep looking at her face, so she would think that I am listening to her. If she asked me something I could not reply to it. But she was oblivious to my state of mind. The doorbell rang. It is Rohan, who returned from hospital. He came in and said sorry. I could not meet you at the hospital, I was busy with a surgery. I said no problem. I know how it is with work. So, how is the hospital running? He said you should ask her. She is the one running the hospital. I said if I ask her that she would say everything else except about the hospital. He said we have not opened the hospital fully. We only started emergency ward. And OT is operational. If you start the software we can start making the other departments operational. I said sorry for the delay. At the last minute there was Maharashtra Sena meetings and it was in our bungalows only, and I was asked to be present to understand their problems. He asked how it went. I said this election they would certainly win the elections. I am not sure about next. I have told Nandini about meeting Mr. Naidu. I have some advice for them. But first I need some more information for my software, which predicts results based on the data. He said I will see what I can do. We went on to discuss the Andhra politics as I wanted to have a sense of the politics there. I had listened to them attentively. He seemed to have a good grasp of the politics there and Nandini too participated in our discussions. He said let us go for dinner and then I will drop you at the hotel. I rang up our hotel and informed Loveleen to order room service. We went to a nearby restaurant and had our dinner and they dropped me at my hotel and went away. I went to my room. I asked Loveleen did you had dinner? She said yes. I asked what about Dhruv? She said he is sleeping. I went and sat on the sofa. She asked what happened. I said Nandini took me to Rohan's flat. It is very nice and I asked to see the first floor flat. She said she will inquire about it. I thought it would be very good for our office space. It is close to the hospital. Nandini said if we want, she will give us an office room with a phone in the hospital. Loveleen said I want to have a look at the flat. I said some flooring work is going on, so she said she will inquire when it be available for a visit. For the time being, we can use the room at the hospital. I said I will change and come. I went and had a bath and changed and came and sat down on the sofa watching TV. Loveleen got up from where she is sitting and came and sat beside me putting her hand behind me holding me. We sat there watching TV. She turned her head towards me. I looked at her. She asked what is your story with Nandini? I said my story. She is just a good friend. She said I know that you seem to love her but you are also trying to keep her away. Am I correct? I thought for a second and said I don't know if I love her, but I treat her like a good friend. That is why when she asked I am ready to supply software and hardware without getting an advance. She said I am not talking about business. You seem to have a real connection with her, but you seem to keep her away purposefully. I said you may be correct. When I have been at her house, we both were going to my room. I said is this your room? She said it is. How did you know? And she opened the door to show her room. When I entered her room, I had a weird feeling like I had spent time on that bed with her and I felt aroused by that. I ran away to my room. She asked why did you run away like that? I told her about my weird feeling. Then she asked me to come to her room and I said I don't want to have such a relationship with her as I felt she would break my heart, and I kept her at arm's length from that day. Loveleen said you seem to have so many lady friends and not many man friends, why? I have friends Kurit, Srinu, Pradeep. I have very close friends only. I trust very few people like Krishna. She said yay, you might be correct, let us go to bed. You got us 2 rooms to make Nandini think we are not together, correct? I asked is it? I thought you would want a second room because you were bringing Dhruv with you. I got up and we went to our room. I heard a cry. I got up and went to the other room. Dhruv is awake and is crying. I thought he must want milk. I looked in the fridge. There is a bottle of milk. I took the milk bottle and put it in some hot water. I came and picked Dhruv and went and checked the bottle. It seems hot enough and took the bottle and lay Dhruv on the bed and put the bottle in his mouth and lay beside him putting my hand on him. I don't know when I slipped into sleep. By the time I got up it is already 6 a.m. I went and looked in the other room. Loveleen is still sleeping. I went to the bathroom, brushed and came out and ordered coffee and looked out the door. As expected I found the newspaper outside the door. I picked it up and sat on the sofa and started to read it. When the doorbell rang, I went and opened the door. It was a waiter with the coffee. I let him in and he put the coffee on the table, took my signature and went away. She must have awakened by the sound of the doorbell. She called from inside the room, "Who is it?" I said coffee. She shouted, "Pour me one." I poured 2 cups of coffee and took her one and gave her. I came back and read the paper while sipping coffee. I lit a fag and continued the reading. I completed the reading and went and had a bath and dressed and sat on the sofa. Loveline came from the bedroom and sat beside me. I kissed her on the cheeks and said good morning. "What are you gonna do today?" She replied, "I wanted to see the office space you were mentioning." I said okay, then get ready. By the time Nandini came, Loveline and Dhruv were ready, and we went with Nandini to the hospital. She left me at the hospital and took Loveline to show some properties. I went and started preparing the server. It has taken 2 hours for the server to be up and running. While the server is installing, I went and checked with the system's installation by the company serviceman. I explained to him what software I want to be installed and came back to the server room. I have completed the server installation and then the application installation. After completing installing programs, I copied the compiled programs into the server. Copied the data files and cleaned the unnecessary data. The system is ready for testing. I waited for Nandini to return. When they returned, I asked what is the outcome of their visits. She said we had visited some new buildings. I think with this trend we can set up our offices here. I am sure we will get lots of interior decoration orders. She also showed me the land near her house. I think we can buy it for building later. It is a very fast developing area. There is another flat in the building we were interested in other than the ground floor for our office. It is also nice. We should buy it now. I said we will speak with the builder about them. I looked at Nandini and said, "Nandini, I have completed the server. Shall we go and check if the systems were ready?" She said to Loveline, "Are you comfortable here?" She said yes. She told me, "Let us go." We went and checked the systems that have been installed and checked the software running. She said to them to try out the application and we will clean once the testing is completed. We came back to the server room. Dhruv is sleeping. She put him on a sofa and sat with him. Nandini asked me, "Can you leave her at Rohan's flat?" I said that is a good idea. She will be comfortable there. She handed me the keys. I took the keys and put them in the pocket and lifted Dhruv and said, "Come to Loveline." We walked to the flat and went up in the lift and I opened the door and let her in. I put him on the sofa and said to Loveline, "I will come later," and came back to the hospital. We went and updated the systems which are ready and giving them for testing to the users. It took us up to 6:30 p.m. to complete the updating and allotment of systems to the users. We came back to Nandini's cabin and sat down. She ordered tea and when it came we drank it and decided to go to Rohan's flat. I rang up the flat and informed Loveline that we are coming there. While walking, Nandini asked, "What is your relationship with Loveline?" I said I would say I am her bodyguard. Nandini said, "I thought you would say she is your good friend." I asked, "What is the fun in it if I say what you are expecting?" She asked, "Then what is your story with her?" I said if I had to say it short, she hit my scooter with her car and called me to her office. I went and met her. She offered a job to Sahithi later. We went to Delhi for finding a branch office there and instead she told me her story. To help her out, I had done a sting operation on her husband and it helped her father to win elections. Then I got all this wealth through her. And I started the software business with all these people as partners. Rest you know. She said, "When we are free I will let you tell the full story." We entered the lift and she said, "You did not reply to my question, what is your relation to Loveline?" I said, "Like you and others, I think I have a life connection with her too." She asked, "Like me you have rejected her too?" I could not answer her question immediately. I don't want to lie to her. I thought for a minute and said, "That kind of situation has not come between us." Then our floor has come and the lift doors opened and we went to the door and rang the bell. I thought I am saved by the lift. Loveline came and opened the door. Dhruv came behind her. I caught Dhruv and we went and sat on the sofa. Nandini looked at me and a smile spread on her face. I asked what happened. She shook her and said, "I want to hear your story." She got up and went inside and brought last night's bottle. Only half of the bottle is empty. She put it on the table and went and brought some snacks. She sat down and poured the drink and said, "You tell me your story from the beginning. We have a whole night in front of us." I said, "I don't know if Loveleen wants to hear it." Loveleen said, "I had heard it before but I don't mind listening to it once more." Nandini said, "Wait a sec. I will check if Rohan is coming." She rang up the hospital and they said he had already left the hospital. She said he will be here any minute and the doorbell rang. She said it must be him and went and opened the door. He handed her a bag and said, "I brought something to eat." She opened the bag and there is chicken 65 and other items which are for munching with the drinks. She said, "How do you know we want this?" He said, "I have a sixth sense. Get me a glass." She said, "Your glass is here." He sat down and poured himself a peg. Nandini said he is going to tell his story. Start from the beginning. I started with I was born in Vijayawada, then studied up to 8th in Vijayawada and then studied 9th in Visaj. How I have enjoyed the school there. And then we had to shift to the village for my 10th. How I studied and played with friends. How we spent the time before our exams studying on the terrace of a friend for 3 months. How I had developed a headache and I could not get the school first as anticipated. Then our family went over to Vijayawada and they left me there and went to Bombay. Then I joined in college there and my time in college with Sneha. Then I went over to Bombay and returned for second year of college. Then went over to Bombay. While I was in Bombay I heard she was sent away and came back and joined in Hyderabad for my degree. Nandini said, "You studied for your degree in Hyderabad." I said yes. I waited until she turned 18 and with the help of my friends brought her to Hyderabad and married her. After completing my degree, we went over to Bombay and got a job with Curate. She asked, "So, what happened?" I told them all this story in detail. We completed the bottle and she brought another bottle from inside. I skipped the details of Loveleen's drugging me and instead said while she was in Delhi, her father announced her pregnancy on national television. Then Rohan asked, "Are you Haryana CM's daughter?" She nodded her head. How they have given us the bungalows and how I started the software company. Seeing the time, he said, "I will get some dinner for us." He called the hospital and ordered dinner to be brought to his flat. I continued with my story of how we got the hospital order and under what circumstances I met Nandini and how we started to work together. Then the doorbell rang and an attendant from the hospital gave the food and left. He put the items on the table and Nandini went and brought plates. We served ourselves and I continued my story after dinner. By this time Dhruv went to sleep and Loveleen put him in the guest bedroom. By the time I came to the present time, it is after 12 midnight. So, they started a questions and answers session. I patiently answered their questions. When the time came for sleeping arrangements, Nandini said she will sleep with Loveleen. Rohan said to me to sleep in his room and he would sleep on the sofa. I said I am more habituated to sleeping on the sofa, I would like to sleep on the sofa. Finally, I slept on the sofa and he slept in his room. I got up and brushed with just paste and finger and went to the kitchen, found milk and a Nescafe bottle. I mixed a cup of coffee and went to the balcony, lit a fag and had my coffee. I opened my laptop and checked how much I have written. It is easy to tell a story in short than writing it. I continued my writing fresh from my storytelling in the night. I did not tell them my full story with Sunitha, only about my interactions with her, especially the trip to the Air India building. Then my recent interactions with Loveleen were also not discussed. When she smiled when we entered the flat, I thought she would ask about Dhruv's father. But I have woven the story in such a way I told them Guru might be his father. When this story, if the book is printed in the future and if they read it they will understand the real story. Until then I am keeping this in my heart. I waited for Loveleen to get up so we can go back to the hotel to change. At last, not finding her waking up, I knocked on the door of the guest room. Loveleen said, "Come in." I opened the door and asked, "Did you wake up?" She said, "Just now." I said, "Come then. We need to go to the hotel to change." Nandini said, "Wait, I will come and drop you." I said, "You need to go to the hospital. We will catch an auto, it will be easier." I caught Dhruv and we came down the lift and came out of the building. An auto is waiting outside and I fixed a price with him to drop at the hotel. We went to the room, then I went to the bathroom, properly brushed this time and had a bath and came out. By the time Loveleen ordered breakfast, I asked her, what are you going to do today? She said, I will stay in the room with Dhruv, maybe read a book or watch TV. The phone rang and it is Nandini. She said, I am coming to pick you up. Don't go to the hospital on your own. I said, okay, Baba, I won't go on my own. We had breakfast and drank tea and waited for Nandini to arrive. She called from the reception to come down. I picked up my laptop, went down to the lobby. She caught my hand, guided me to the car. I thought about what she is doing after knowing my story. Why is she behaving like this? We went to the hospital and went through all the departments and reached cardiology. She said, I will show you Rohan's room. He is free now, as his surgery is cancelled. We went and Rohan said, the electrician is looking for you. Reception called for you. She said, you sit here. I will come back, and went away. I looked at her going away and asked Rohan, why didn't you get her married? What is her age? 26. He said, in 1987, when her parents have gone for a marriage in Guntur and she had stayed back at the house for exams. She was supposed to call her friends to come and stay with her. But due to some problem, her friends did not come and she was alone at the house. Around midnight a burglar entered the house. Probably she forgot to lock some door. It was pretty isolated then. He collected some items and entered her room. Seeing him, she shouted at him. Then he got scared and left the items he collected there and ran away. She told us that her guardian angel came and seeing him he ran away. He kept her company through the night and when they got up in the morning she dropped him at his sister's house. That is what she told us. After a few days, the burglar was caught at some other house in some other area. When they questioned him, he said he had seen a ghost appearing from thin air and got scared and ran away. At that time, she has convinced herself that her guardian angel, her hero, her savior, her Prince Charming will come and will sweep off her feet and take her to his kingdom. Whenever someone brings her matches, she would reject them, saying he is not her Prince Charming. Nowadays no one brings her matches anymore, saying she has gone mad after the incident. She did not let anyone come close to her. She did not have a boyfriend even in the USA. She did not let anyone approach her, let alone befriend her. I was surprised when she started talking about you. She would say Kumar is like this and Kumar is like that. He treats me like a good friend. He gave me a room equal to his directors. Things like that. That's why I came to see who is this Kumar when you came for the foundation laying ceremony. But when I came to know you were twice married, I was disappointed. After the ceremony, she said to me her guardian angel has come for me. At that time, I didn't realize she was referring to you. I think that's why she asked you to tell your story. I still can't think what is in her mind. I think you alone can convince her to marry. I said I will talk with you frankly. When I saw her bedroom, I felt I was there previously and had spent time with her there. Fearing for my feeling, I ran back to my room. She came behind me, asked, why did you run away? I said I felt like I had spent time with her there. That is why I ran to my room. She told me, then come, let us spend some time in her room. I told her that she is going to break my heart and I don't want to go through with her that heartbreak. I can't survive the heartbreak. She went away miffed. I did not know then that she wants me to give her company. But I really felt she would leave me with feeling sorry for myself. Rohan said it must be that is the time she is convinced that you are her guardian angel. I said I will think of something to convince her to marry someone her family chooses. Tell your uncle to look for a good match for her. After coming here, I have not gone to visit my sister. She will strangle me if she comes to know I had come to Hyderabad and did not visit her. Rohan said, I think your installation is completed. They will be checking the software until the 31st of March. We will start afresh on the 1st of April. So, you will have some free time until then. Go and spend some time. I will see that she gets some free time. Make her change her mind. I asked why she talks non-stop with me, but if any of you present she would not talk that much. He said that must be her nervous energy. She wants to tell you so much, but instead she talks rubbish. Am I correct? I said I don't know rubbish. I hardly hear what she is saying. I only hear her voice. I don't know why. He said it seems you have some hidden history with her. I went into my thinking, what it could be. Nandini came back after 15 minutes. She asked what is our next in line. Rahul said he is saying he did not go to visit his sister. Take him to her. She said let us go. I said 1 second and called Loveleen, asked her did she want to visit my sister. She said you go ahead. I am comfortable here. It seems after Dhruv she became complacent. That is the reason I got her into the matrimonial business. Let me give her some more time. I said let us go, but first, we have to do some shopping. I went and knocked on my sister's door. She opened the door and she called her son and said, see who has come to visit us. It's your mama. He is months younger to our twins. He came and took the bags from my hand. His mother scolded him and said to me, come in. Who is this girl with you? You always have some girl around with you. I said she is my girlfriend. Are you satisfied? I said girlfriend for Nandini's sake. We went and sat down and she asked tea. I said why not? She put the tea on the stove and came and asked what are you doing here? When did you come? I said 2 days back. Came to install the software at their hospital, indicating Nandini. Meet Nandini, who is operations manager at the hospital. The hospital belongs to her father. However, she did her hospital management from the USA, speaking 2 contradictory words with her. One is she is in that position because she is the daughter of the owner, and the other is she is qualified for the job. Nandini said I have come to your house earlier. My sister asked when. I asked where is your mother-in-law? She said her daughter came and took her to their place. Nandini got up and looked at a group photo and pointed to her mother-in-law and said she is your mother-in-law, am I correct? My sister went near to the photo and looked at the person she is pointing to and said yes, she is. How did you know? Nandini said I told you so. I have met her. I said thank God you have not met her now. You would have left me and run away, and laughed aloud. My sister asked what is the joke? I said the joke is between us. Nandini looked at me as if I am talking rubbish. I said sorry to both of them. My sister said she will bring tea and went inside. Nandini asked me in a hushed tone, what are you talking? Joking on me? I said what are you talking? I have not seen her after my sister's marriage and she would not go out without a chaperone. Where could you have seen her? I looked at her photo, and I felt like she was talking to Nandini and telling her something about me. I looked at Nandini. She sat there sulking. I said sorry Baba. You must have met her and she filled your ears about me, correct? Otherwise, why would you run away from me? She asked when did I run away from you? I asked when did you meet her, then. My sister brought tea and placed it on the table in front of us and asked what are you both fighting about like a couple? Said to me where is your wife? As if to remind me I am married. I said she is in Bombay. She has to look after the interior decorating business. You did not come to our home after we shifted to Juhu. The last time you came to Bombay to bring your son back, then Sneha was alive. She asked what really happened with her. I said it is a big story. To help in the hotel I sent her to the hotel run by Kurat. Now her grandfather sent some money through a known person, who frequents Bombay for business. He left her to die and took the money and ran away. He was saying it is an accident. I feel it could have been deliberate. I left it to her grandfather to take necessary action. She said I still feel Sneha is the good one. I don't feel that about Sahiti. I feel she tries to get everyone into her grip. I thought my mother would have spoken highly about Sahiti, so she feels this way. I got up and said okay, I will take leave. We have lots of work at the hospital. She said at least have lunch and go. I looked at Nandini. She said sorry sister. I left the work at the hospital to bring him here. He was not ready to come to your house. I said now you are blaming me. It was me who suggested to your brother I had to go and visit my sister. She said it was he who said you have not visited your sister even after 2 days. Looking at us my sister said, if I don't know otherwise I would have thought you two were husband and wife. You are fighting like one. Nandini blushed and I looked at my sister as if she did the right thing talking to her like that. I wanted Nandini to feel at home with me so that I can come close and make her understand what their family wants. I think I did a good job by bringing her here. I said I will come some other time. This time I will bring kids also. She asked what is this about a kid you found? I asked are you talking about Lena? She said yes, Lena, mom told me about her. She was calling mom Nanama and Sahiti Ae, and you daddy. I said I still don't understand that fully. I feel she is from another universe or a time traveler. I think your husband is more interested in those things. She said when she told me I did not understand. I got up and said okay, we'll see you. Came out and got in the car. After going some distance, she asked what is that in there. I said it is nothing, just a joke. She was joking, so I continued the joke. What is it about you meeting her mother-in-law? She replied that I felt I met her before and I could recognize her from the photo. I said I felt she was filling your ears against me and you got angry and went far away from me. She asked, are you telling lies? I said if you are telling lies, I am telling lies. If you are talking truthfully, I am also talking truthfully. It seems she kept thinking about that throughout our journey. She did not talk anything else. When we reached the hospital, she stormed off to her cabin, left me to sit there in the parking. I picked the packet of fags on the dashboard and lit it and waited there. She came after 5 minutes, said sorry as if she is doing me a favor, and when I exited the car locked the car and we both went inside. She went and sat on her chair and opened the system. I sat in front of her and said, what happened, Nandu? She lifted her head and asked, what did you just say? I said, what happened? She said, after that. I said, Nandu. She said, I know it was you that called me Nandu. No one else ever called me Nandu. I thought I caught her weak point. Okay, what happened, Nandu? She said, when you did not believe me, who else will believe me? No one believed me then. No one believes me now. I said, I am not saying I did not believe you. All I am saying is if I believe what you said, then you will leave me heartbroken. That will also happen. So, why should I believe you? To have a breakup? She said, no, I don't want to break up with you. I said, if you had met her before, you must have remembered what she said. Nandini said, that is what I can't recollect, what she said. I said, then where did you meet her? In your dreams? She said, yay, it might be in my dream. I said, you told me that I called you Nandu before, when was it? She said, long back. When the thief came, you came to rescue me and you spent the whole night with me. I said, what did we do the whole night? She said, we watched TV, we played cards, then we dozed off on the sofa. Then in the morning, I left you in my car at your sister's house. That's how I know where she lives. Then when you wrote to me you are coming to Hyderabad, I went there to meet you. You were not there and your sister was not there. That's when I met your sister's mother-in-law. Then you don't remember what she said. She shook her head and no, I don't remember anything she said. I said, thank God. You don't remember anything. She said, why are you saying it like that? I said, if you promise me that you will never believe what she says, then I can be your friend. She said, okay, I will not believe what she said or will say, now are you satisfied? Now I have to make her believe I am not her guardian angel or anything. She might be thinking about me. If I let her know about Sunitha or Loveleen, will she forget about me or will she develop hatred for me and start to hate everyone? She may not accept marrying anyone as she was doing until now. What could be the best action in these circumstances? She looked up from the keyboard and asked, what are you thinking? I said, how to marry you. She exclaimed, you are already married twice. I said, that is the only problem. Shall we kill my wife? She said, don't talk like that. I said, I am just joking. Why would I kill the wife I loved and married? She said, I forgot yours is a love marriage. How could you have love marriage with 2 girls? I said, I am thinking of having a 3rd love marriage. She must have thought I was pulling her leg, laughed and said, what a joke. If marrying is a joke to her, she might be ready to marry someone. I said, you know we are starting a pan-India matrimonial service. She asked, what is it, pan-India? I said, if you register here your profile will be available throughout India. How is possible, she asked. I said, it is our software technology. We are having a joint venture with a courier company for having branches all over India. She said, is it so? You did not tell me. I said, recently we have collaborated on this. We have registered a company for that. It is called Pan India Matrimonial Services P Limited. If you register here your data will be transferred to all the branches. Give me your profile, I will get it registered free on our server. She asked, you are also charging for this service? I said, who wants to do it for free? Of course, we are charging. As a special case, I would get you registered on our server. She asked then, What will happen? I said then someone will see your profile and think who is this beautiful, intelligent working woman. I should meet her. She said then. He will come to your house for meeting you. She said then. I said then you will reject him saying who is this fool who came to my house and he is not my type. She said why would I do that? I might marry him. I said if you marry him, you will regret your whole life. She said why would I regret it? I might love him. I said let us see, whose word is correct, give me your details. She said why I would give you my details, I will ask my father to look for a match. I said then I will call him and say to him, look for a match for you. Why I will let you do that, I will call him myself. I said let us see who will call him first. I reached for the phone. She snatched the phone from me and made a call. I kept looking at her as I dare you to tell him. Seeing me daring her, she spoke Dad I want to get married you were telling me about the match from Visage. I am ready to get married. She heard what he said and cut the call looked at me triumphantly. I made a sad face and said you have won. I told her I will have a fag and come and went out of her room and went straight to Rohan's room. I asked the attender is he free. He went and looked and said you can go. I went inside and congratulated him. Waited for his reaction. I said you speak with your uncle, then you will congratulate me on my efforts. He rang and spoke with his uncle. He said okay and cut the phone and said Nandini agreed to get married. How did you do it? I said I used reverse psychology. He asked how. I said I was telling her you won't like the boy if I get him through our matrimonial services. She said why won't I like him? I will ask my father for getting me a match. I dared if you don't call, I will call. I was reaching for the phone and she snatched it from me called your uncle and spoke to him. Now are you happy? He said let's celebrate in the evening. I said I told her I will have a fag and come let us have a fag and then we will go to her cabin. We went to the parking and had a fag and then returned to her cabin. I said to Rohan let us go and have a look at her face. We went inside and she looked at me and said what did you do? I asked what did I do? Nothing. She said angrily you made a fool of me. Rohan asked what did he do? She did not want to come out in the open in front of Rohan, but could not contain her anger and complained to her brother he made me tell Dad to look for a groom for me. He said what is wrong with that? I am happy you agreed to marry someone. She said with irritation in her voice it is not that. He forced me to tell Dad that. I asked innocently did I force you to tell your dad? Did I ring your dad and put a gun to your head and told you to tell your father that you are ready to marry and look for a groom? She said you don't have to put a gun to my head, you put a gun to my heart. I exclaimed now you are telling him that I put a gun to your heart. Where is the gun? She said now you are confusing me. I said then calmly tell him what happened. She said Kumar is saying he wants to marry a third time. I stopped her and said I did not say I want to marry you. I told you I want to have a third love marriage. She said before that did you not say I want to marry you? I said I did not say that when you asked what are you thinking, I said how to marry you. Then what you said aren't you married twice? Then you wanted to kill your wife, she accused me. Then what did I say why would I kill the one loved and married? This went on for some time you said I said. At last, she is annoyed with me and stormed off the room. I looked at Rohan and said she will have to agree to get married. If you can't find a match, we are running a matrimonial service, I can find a suitable match anywhere in India. He said uncle has already had some matches in mind, I think he will finalize someone. Let me know if she throws any tantrums. I found her weak point. I just had to call her Nandu. He asked what is it? Her guardian angel called her Nandu. He said oh, okay. I asked what do you call her at home? We all call her Nandini only. I said let us see how it goes. I am always there to help her. Chapter 3. Kumar. The 1st of April 1994. I had cleared the data and gave them fresh data with the application. They have started to run the system and the results were satisfactory. I went and checked with the departments and everything running smoothly. I and Loveleen went and looked at the plot of land near Nandini's house and decided to purchase it and gave them an advance. Also, the flat in Rohan's building. We took the total ground floor and decided to have our offices there. We also took one more flat in the same floor as Rohan, Now we are neighbors to Rohan. We called the supervisor from Loveline's Bombay office and they engaged local people to work on the office and flat. We expected them to be ready in 3 months' time. For the time being, Nandini provided a room in their hospital for running our branch. We transferred one of the developers here to look after the hospital programs and modifications if needed. Setting up everything in Hyderabad, we returned to Bombay. As the offices were being set up in Hyderabad, we decided to postpone our trip to other places. We inquired with Godrej and their application is running and they are still making some adjustments in the application as the rules are not defined properly. The excise department is coming out with a rule per day. So, our people are ready with the changes and updating the servers there. The matrimonial application is being installed at the branches in a phased manner. We went and checked the branch at Hyderabad. They have been trained and learned to run the application and are ready to transfer the data. Some test data has been sent and received and the results are as expected. We booked our return tickets for going to Bombay. Rohan said he will give a party at his flat. I said it is better we had the party at our hotel as not to disturb Dhruv's routine. I feel Nandini suspects something between us on Dhruv. Rohan and Nandini had come with 2 bottles of whiskey and we started our party. This time they targeted Loveline about her story. First, she refused to say anything, saying what story would I have. After a little cajoling, she started to tell her story. She said she was born and brought up in Delhi. Their family is from a line of politicians. She had completed her degree from Delhi University and she started her training in an interior decoration firm. Their family fixed her alliance with Guru with the intention of increasing their business. Then Guru started to expand his business and shifted to Bombay and she had come with him to Bombay. With her experience in interior designing and with a little help from Guru financially, she started her interior decoration firm in Bombay. With her looks and his financial backing, her business prospered and she shifted her firm to Inderi. When after 3 years of their marriage, she was not pregnant and with pressure from his family her mother took her to a gynecologist and had her checked. After through tests and the doctor declared that she has no problem to give children and asked them to check her husband. He was reluctant to get checked at first but his family had put pressure on him and it was he who had a problem as his sperm had no motility and low count. The final result is that he is infertile and impotent. After it came out he became a different man altogether. To make her pregnant he has taken to different ways which are difficult to explain, as a Dr. Rohan can understand. He went to the extent of bringing his friends and started to pressure her to sleep with them. Unable to bear the constant harassment, she had complained to her family and they had in turn complained to his family. His family had called him back to Delhi. As her business is booming, she refused to go to Delhi to be with him. Rest of the story they have heard from Kumar and she concluded her story. Rohan had a question for her. He asked her, what about Dhruv? It seems as your husband is impotent, he can't be his father. She said shyly, I had used drugs on Kumar, obtained his sperm without his knowledge. I expressed my surprise and said Dhruv is my son and got up and held him to me. This way Nandini would not suspect I had lied to them. It is the truth also, only I knew Dhruv as my son from the time she was pregnant. I looked at Nandini and she looked at me accusingly. I shook my head as if I really did not know. We completed the party and they called for a cab and went to their flat. I think Nandini also went with him to his flat. I did not receive any information on her alliance and they must be looking through the alliances received. I thought if they have the information they will let me know, or when she rejects all the alliances brought to her, then they will certainly inform me. We went to our rooms for sleeping. The 6th of April, we are ready to board the flight at Hyderabad airport. It seems the flight is delayed and I thought I will inform our driver about our delayed flight. I called Pauline and she said we were trying to contact you. I asked what happened. She said Lena is missing. I asked how. They all have come out of their classes and the driver was waiting outside. He saw them coming towards the car. Atul and Reena were walking in the front and Lena was a little behind. She called them and they turned around looking at her and she just disappeared into thin air. They searched all around and they could not find her anywhere. The driver went to the police station and filed a report with the police. He is scared that you will scold him. I said to tell him not to worry, she must have gone back to her house. I am at the airport and the flight is delayed by 1 hour. Send him to the airport 1 hour late. She said okay. I said bye, be seeing you. I came back to Loveleen and explained what happened with Lena. She said you were not worried she is missing. I said I always suspected that she will go back someday. She was to be raised by the old people and they were dead and destiny brought her here to be looked after. Now it must be the time she would have been found by their family, so she returned. The destiny had a way of doing the things right. I am happy for her and her mother. She would be happy. The boarding has been announced and we got up and went and sat at our seats. We got down in Bombay in 45 minutes and took us another 20 minutes to collect our baggage and come out of the airport. Sahiti was waiting with the driver. I asked her, what are you doing here? She hugged me and started crying. I said, don't cry. She went back to you only. She did not want to hurt you anymore, so she went to you in the future. Don't worry, you will be happy in the future. With those words, she rubbed her eyes and we went and sat in the car. Sahiti took Dhruv, kissed him and sat him on her lap. We reached home and Atul and Reena came running. Daddy, Lena disappeared in front of our eyes. She called us and when we turned she just disappeared. I said she came to see you all and now she went back to her house. I removed the gifts brought for them and passed them on to them. Sahiti. When the kids returned from their school and informed me that Lena had disappeared, I had lost my cool. I scolded them how that could be possible. You were jealous of her and left her somewhere. When Pauline informed Kumar when he rang up from the airport, he told her to take it easy as she must have returned to her original parents. Then I had cooled down and my fear had decreased. I don't know how Kumar would react. Now he has taken it easy and he would not scold anyone. Even though I am not scared, I went to the airport to see his reaction. He has taken the matter coolly. Instead of shouting at me, he had comforted me saying she has gone back to a future me. I don't know if that is possible. At least if she is with her family, I am happy. Sunitha. Kumar came back after 10 days. I am waiting to meet him. Earlier I was away a lot, nowadays he is away. Why did he take Loveleen with him? He said they were planning for expanding. Now I was told they had purchased 3 properties. One open land near Nandini's house. What is his interest in Nandini? I can't understand. Another flat beside her brother's flat. And an office space in the same building. How did he get the money for all these investments? Did Loveleen did the investments? It seems she wants to invest her husband's money. In whose name these investments are made. However, I feel Kumar is going on super fast with his ideas and investments. Even if one of his ideas fails, then his whole empire will fall down like a house of cards. Is he aware of the dangers? It is my duty to support him, whatever may the outcome. Now I will be busy with finalizing accounts. I have to look at these 3 companies' finances. There will be a lot of movement of finances between companies. I have taken an appointment with the CA for finalizing accounts. Mahira. The firm I am running is doing well. I have checked the financial position at the year end. Even though we are short on liquid cash after supplying computers to Nandini's hospital, it is a good order. As we have not received the payment, it is better to transfer the sale to this year. If we don't get paid on time, we can't write it off. I don't know what is his idea of supplying them without payment or even an advance. It seems she has hooked him. Now he went personally to install the software there. He could have sent one of the developers. After finishing he asked the developer to be sent there. Over that he had taken Loveleen with him. I can't decide for whom he had gone there, for Nandini or Loveleen. After his marriage is fixed, Kurat is not contacting me. Nowadays, I don't need him to drop me at the clients. I can take one of the cars to meet the clients. Life has become a little dull. I don't have anyone in my life. I had not thought of Kurat as someone who will be a permanent companion. But I felt good while it lasted. It was Kumar who had broken us by bringing Nishita in between us. He must have thought as they both are Gujaratis, they would be good for each other. What happened finally? It was her father who decided their Kundali has not matched and cancelled their engagement. But my present position, I couldn't have achieved without Kumar. Whatever he had done for all of us. He has thought about all of us. He is a true friend for all of us. Part 6. Kumar shifts his attention to Hyderabad. Chapter 1. Kumar. Now we enter the new financial year. Pan-India matrimonial companies' accounts will be looked after by the courier company. We have to look at our 3 companies. We have to check the profits of the 3 companies and think of billing expenses for the interior decoration firm. I have to call Shaka Pramukh and let him know I have returned. I called him. He said there were some proposals for seat sharing. I asked him which parties have approached them and what seats they are asking. If you give me a kind of list, I will run them through the software and come up with some predictions. He said I will send the details with my man. I said do that and I will let you know. I thought if I could have met Mr. Naidu in Hyderabad, but could not get to meet him. It is imperative for his party to win the elections for the software to be a success in India. There is still time for elections in Maharashtra. Can we turn the tide in their favor? Always the party in power has the advantage. They can announce something before the elections are announced. How the seat sharing will affect the elections. What if the ruling party also go for seat sharing? This has to be kept in consideration for calculations. Now Lena has gone back to her timeline. I had to change the kids' firm's shares. As the 3 kids are my own, I don't need to show any preference to anyone. It is only what Loveleen thinks about. I don't think she feels to give Dhruv any preference over Atul and Reena. I went and sat in my office and opened the laptop and started typing. My phone rang and it's Nandini. I said, how are you doing, Nandu? She said, I am doing fine. Why, I called because we got an appointment with Mr. Naidu for tomorrow. Can you come over today? I said I will try to catch a flight tonight. I cut the call and called our travel agent and told him to book a ticket to Hyderabad today or tonight. It has to be today and whatever class does not matter. I want a ticket. He said he will check and let me know. He called back after half an hour and said he got a first-class ticket for 9 p.m. flight. I said okay, I will send my driver to pick up the ticket. I went and informed Loveleen about going to Hyderabad. She said she wanted to come but at this short time she can't be prepared. I said I knew, I only booked for myself. I will complete the work and come in 2 days' time, hold the fort here. I informed Nandini about my flight timing. I packed my bag and informed Sahithi that I am going to Hyderabad on an emergency and called the driver and told him to leave me at the airport. I took the flight and was in Hyderabad by 10 p.m. I came out of the airport and Nandini is waiting for me. I told her, why did you come? I would have gone to the hotel. I came to take you to Rohan's flat. I put my handbag in the back seat and sat beside her. I asked, what is the news? She said everything is running smooth. We went to the flat and she opened the door with a key. I asked, where is Rohan? She said he had emergency surgery. He will be back in an hour or 2. I put the bag down and sat on the sofa. She brought a bottle of whiskey and a glass. I asked, are you not drinking? She said when Rohan comes, she had to go back home. She poured me a drink and gave me the glass. I sipped and put down the glass. I lit a fag and smoked. When I completed the fag, I picked the glass and sipped the drink. I completed the peg and put the glass down. I felt drowsy and I sat back and everything went black. I got up around 7 a.m. Seeing me, Nandini went and brought me a cup of coffee. I asked, you are not having? She said I just had. I asked her, you were supposed to go back home. You did not go. Rohan's surgery lasted late and I stayed back. I asked, why am I sleeping on the sofa? She said you slept sitting on the sofa. So I let you sleep on the sofa. It seemed confusing but I let it ride. I got up, went to the bathroom, brushed and came out. Nandini preparing breakfast. By the time I returned from bathing, she put it on the table. We had our breakfast and I asked her what time we are expecting to see Mr. Naidu. She said we have to confirm the time. I will let you know when the time is confirmed. I removed my laptop and started typing. She asked, what are you doing? I said I am writing my autobiography. She asked, can I read it? I said you have to wait for it to be published. Why can't I read before? She asked. I said you can read when I finish the book and get it published. She said when you go to bathroom, I will read what you are writing. I said I know that, that's why the data of this book is encrypted. What is it? She asked. I said you can't read it without the password. She asked who has the password. I said I am going to leave the floppy and password with my lawyer. She said, oh, you don't want it to be read by anyone now. She made a call and came back and said Mr. Naidu has not returned from Delhi. As soon as he returns they will inform us. I sat back and looked at her. I said, what will we do now? She said, you continue writing. I will sit with you and see what are you writing. I said, come here and touch the sofa beside me. She came and sat beside me. I asked, tell me, what do you want? She shook her head and said nothing. I said, I know you are expecting something from me, that's why you called me to come early. I suppose the meeting is for tomorrow, correct? She nodded and said yes. I asked what yes. She said the meeting is not for today, it is for tomorrow. So, what do you really want? By the way, where is Rohan? She said Rohan went to a conference in Calcutta, and I want to know what you gave me then. I asked what did I give you and when? She said when you came to me, you gave me something valuable. I want it again. I asked do you meant in 1987, what I gave you then how would I remember? What age were you then? She said 20. I said so when you were 20 and when I came to you and I gave you something valuable. So, what is it? I gave you a kiss. She said more valuable than that. I said then a hug. She said no, more valuable than that. I asked what valuable than that? Don't tell me you had sex with me that day. She said shyly yes, we had sex. I could not believe myself. How can that be possible? Is it to do with another dimension? Did my other self visit from another dimension or did she have dreamt that I had visited? She said she had dropped me at my sister's place and she went there again when I wrote to her I would be visiting. She also said she had met my sister's mother-in-law. What did she say? Is it her dream or has happened the way she says it happened? How to make her believe that it was not me who had come to her house? But why did I have that weird feeling when I saw her room? Did I really meet her there? Did I really have sex with her then? If it had been me I would have remembered something. If it was 1987, then I never visited Hyderabad. During that time, I was mentally down with Sneha being gone away from me. What it could be. We have visited Hyderabad for my sister's wedding in 1986. Then when Sneha went missing I had gone back to Bombay with my heart broken. Is it that the heartbreak I was thinking of when I told Nandini that you will break my heart? Does it have anything to do with Sneha being away? It is all confusing. If what Nandini says she had dropped me at my sister's place, my sister would have remembered me coming to her house. If Nandini went to her place when she was away then she would have remembered that too. Could she remember all this after so long? Forget about the past, let me think about the present. What should I do now? Shall I agree to her proposal or shall I make her understand that it is not the correct way of society? What does her future husband think of her if he found out about her? She sat beside me, turned towards me, put both hands around me and asked what are you thinking for so long? Her chest was touching my hand and I was losing my patience. Out of frustration, I shouted at her, don't you understand? That was not me. She trembled with fear on hearing my shouting. I came to my senses and said I am sorry and hugged her and kissed her on the cheeks. She hugged me hard and did not let me go. I loosened my hand from her behind. Still, she would not let me go. I said, did you get scared? She said, when you shouted like that you were looking like the devil himself. I said, I am sorry, I don't know what came into me. I never shouted like that. I am sorry, and held her face in my hand, kissed her on the mouth. It was an act to cool her down. But she took that otherwise and she must have thought I am giving her permission to go ahead. She started to kiss me on the mouth and cheeks and she went into a frenzy. I tried to control myself and tried to push her. But I could not control myself for long. It felt like I was in the past and seeing what is happening then. I was back in her bedroom and I was aroused and I saw myself do those things she accused me of doing. Having satiated herself, she let me go and sat down. I looked at her and I was looking at her as she looked in 1987. Did I go back in time to have sex with her in 1987? I felt like I was in a trance and sat on the sofa. I came back to this world when she shook me saying, Kumar, where did you go away? Come back. I looked at her like stupid. Then I was back into conscience. I asked her what happened. She said, what happened? You became wild with your sex drive. Did you always behave like this in bed? I said I don't remember what happened now. I was back in 1987 with you on that day. We had a wonderful day. Now I remember what I have done that day. She said, see, you remembered what you did. Nobody would believe me. I said I won't myself believe me. I said let us go to my sister's house. She asked now. Why? I said I had to confirm something with her. We sat in the car and we drove to her house. We got down and rang the doorbell. My sister opened the door and her son is behind her. I gave him 10 rupees note and said go and get some chocolates. He ran out. She said twice in a month. I said I had to confirm something with you. When did I come to your house last time? She said last month. I said before that. She said never. I said if I had never visited you, how come I know your house? She said that's what I thought. Then I thought you must have taken address from Dad. I said I never came to your house. I don't know your address and still, I guided her to your house. It has never come to my mind that I don't know your address and still I told her to let us go shopping, we need to visit my sister. She is saying she knew your address and she came here and met your mother-in-law and she doesn't remember what she said. Nandini said now I remember what she said. She said you came here to write your degree final year exams. You were not studying in Bombay as you claimed. That was when I got angry. I said I studied my degree from Hyderabad. I never claimed I studied in Bombay, did I? But I have not stayed here during exams. I wrote my exams in 1984 and I was staying with my grandfather and Sneha and running my other grandfather's business. I told my sister last time we were in Hyderabad we were purchasing some properties. We purchased a plot of land near her house and a flat for office purposes and a flat for residential purposes. When we open our offices here, I will call you for the inauguration. She said sure, I will come. I said see you then. We came out of the house and got in the car. I asked her what were you saying in there. She said I remembered what her mother-in-law told me when I visited. I asked her when did you visit? It was 1988 during the summer. I remember. The AC in the car was not working properly and it was very hot. During the summer of 1988, I was working in the factory alone and Kurat was in Nasik. Sneha did not yet return from Vijayawada. I might have got information that she had twins. She did not return for another 3 months. Sahithi and I might have just married. Still, I was nowhere near Hyderabad. Why her mother-in-law would talk like that? I did not meet her after the marriage. I don't think she would know much about me. Where her thoughts were coming from. What she did not remember previously. How she can remember now all of a sudden. Did our afternoon have something to do with it? Instead of me understanding the situation, it had become more of a mystery. It seems my timelines are getting mixed up. Does it have something to do with Lena disappearing now? How long Lena was here? Probably 3 years. But what 1987 and 1988 has to do with my life? Is it turning point in my life somehow? I don't know nothing about it. Note. Readers are advised to read Unlucky in Love, my autobiography by R. Kumar for knowing exactly what happened between Kumar and Nandini in 1987 and 1988. We returned back to the hospital and I checked with the developer stationed there about the progress of the work. He did not have any work as no bugs were reported from the users. I said if you don't have any work why don't you visit other hospitals and have a look at them? If possible to meet their operations manager or someone like them. We could possibly get some orders. If you can contact them possibly I will send someone or myself to go to meet them. Or you can show them some demos. So much can be done. He said he will follow my instructions. I was back in the Nandini's cabin. I asked her did you remember what happened after you visited my sister's house and spoke to her mother-in-law? She replied no, it might come later. I sat there chatting with her until she completed her work and said let us go home. I asked are we going to your house? She said we have Rohan's flat for ourselves, why go home? I thought your parents must have called you to come home. She said nothing like that, they know I stay at Rohan's when I don't come home. It is he who calls home if he did not find me there. I said oh, you two must be close. She said yes, That's why I choose the same profession. He wanted to be surgeon. I know I don't want to be a doctor. I wanted to be manager. I wanted to manage people. I want to be boss. So, I choose this. I said I did not know what I want to be, so I went with the flow. She said, but you are a successful businessman and you must be having lots of money the way you invest it. I said it is not all my money. Some of it is my company's and some of it is Loveline's. She asked, did she really did that? I asked, what did she do? She said, as she told, she gave you drugs and made you lose conscience and extracted semen from you and got pregnant. I said, how would I know if I am unconscious, what she did? I have no idea. I never thought she would have done something like that. Maybe if she asked I would have given her myself. In fact, I had a funny dream about that. I had dreamt that she was looking at me with disgust in her face. It has followed me for some time until it really happened. Nandini asked, did she look with disgust in her face? I said it has nothing to do with our relation. When she received the news that house was ransacked, she did have that look. Then I took a breath that she did not hate me. Nandini asked, what if she hates you? I said, I don't know, I don't like it when people hate me. Then I don't want to be around them. I keep my distance from such people. That might be the reason I have very few friends. She asked, do you think your friends hate you? I don't know, I don't keep long distance friendships. I only meet them when I am in their city. Maybe I only call them when I have some work with them. She said, you called me to inquire about me. That means I am special to you, correct? I said, you were always special to me. We reached the flat and she opened the door and we entered and set down my bag on the table. I said, I will freshen up and come. My mind is not where it should be. She said she will prepare a snack or something to eat. I had a head bath and changed and came and sat down on the sofa. She came with some pakotis and a bottle of whiskey and set it on the table. When I am inspecting the bottle, she said, don't worry, it is not the same bottle as yesterday. I wanted to do what Loveline did to you, but did not get the courage to do it, and over that, what is the fun in that? I poured myself a drink and she brought a glass and poured herself a drink. We had 2 pegs and I started working on my writing. She waited for some time and said, let us go for dinner. There is a nearby restaurant. We can go by walk and come back. I looked at the time, it is after 9 p.m. I closed the laptop and said, let us go. We walked to the restaurant and I looked around and asked, did we come here previously? She said, no, we did not come here. I said, I feel I have been here. Did we go to the restaurant in 1987? She thought, going to the restaurant. Yes, we went by car to the restaurant. Is it a repeat of 1987 or what? After coming back from the restaurant, what did we do? She replied, we had a night out. I asked, where did we go? She replied, we did not go anywhere. We spent it indoors only. I said, you mean to say we spent our whole night without sleep? She said shyly, you can say that. We completed dinner and returned to the flat and I sat down before the laptop and started to write. Nandini sat beside me and put her hand on my shoulder and looked over my shoulder at what I am typing. I remembered what Sahithi did before I asked her to marry. She was looking over my shoulder at what I am reading. I closed the book and asked her to get married. Now I don't have any intention of proposing to her. I turned and looked into her eyes. There is a sparkle in her eyes. It is not lust, as I might have expected. What was in her mind? She seemed immersed in what I was writing. I wrote that I had an inspiration and wrote some software code on a piece of paper and we went and had a fag and the paper flew away into Mr. Kathuria. It was the scene where I have entered into software coding. After reading, she said, this is how you entered into software development. I said that was just the beginning. I found out that I had a talent for finding bugs. She asked, were you biologist? I asked what? She said, it is what they do, biologists, finding bugs. I said, no, not that kind of bugs. Software bugs, problems in the software. I had done a thorough sweep through the software before installing here. That's why we don't get errors. She said, so that means you find errors in the coding. I said, yes, finding errors in the software is called finding bugs. Then what happened? She asked. I said, I am writing. If you want, I will let you read while I am writing. She said, no, I don't want to read while you are typing. I better look at you. Your face fascinates me while you are typing. Your face shows the emotions you felt when that happened. If you are writing a sad scene, your face becomes sad. I said enough of writing and closed the application and shut down the laptop. She said, I know how to stop you from working. I asked, is this your way of stopping me from working? There is a smile on her face. I reached for her lips and kissed her. She must be surprised by my sudden action. She took aback and looked at me, and then she caught my head in her hands and pulled me towards her and kissed me hard. This turned into a frenzy of activity from both of us and it led us to the bedroom. There, I don't know about her, but I went back in time. I don't know how much time we spent there. When I woke up, it is 7 a.m. I looked at Nandini sleeping beside me. She looked like a sculpture with life in her. I kissed her on the cheeks and got up and went to the bathroom for brushing. It is after 11 a.m. and we were in the party office and one attender showed us where to wait for Mr. Naidu. I stood at the door and looked inside. There were sofas arranged in the L shape. On a sofa, a lady was sitting. I could see her profile. I could never forget that face. It is Dolly. I stopped at the door and took a step back. Nandini said in a whisper, what happened? I took her aside and pointed to the lady sitting on the sofa and said, she is Dolly, a gangster from Bombay. They have cheated banks and high-class people. She asked, how do you know? I said, I told you when I had to save Kurat from some gangsters. It is her. She asked, what shall we do? You go and engage her by talking to her. I will go and find some security or police, and rushed out. Seeing me running, one policeman stopped and asked, why are you running? I asked him, do you have your superior officer nearby? He said, we have our SI there. I said, go and call him. A big gangster is sitting in Mr. Naidu's waiting room. I don't know what she came for. How do you know she is a gangster? I showed him my card and said, I am from Bombay. We came across her many times. The Nashik police and Bombay police are looking for her. Go fast and get some policemen. He went and called his SI and some policemen. He came over to me and said, is your information correct? I said we had spent some time with her before knowing about her background. Come fast. My friend is sitting with her. When we entered the room, she got up and tried to move around them. They caught her and took her to their police station. SI called me to come with him. Mr. Naidu's PA looking at us, what is happening? I went to him and he asked what happened. She is a big gangster in Maharashtra, and she is wanted by police in Bombay and Nashik. He asked, how do you know? I said, we were looking for her for the last 6 years. That time she just slipped from the police net. Can you reorganize our meeting with Mr. Naidu? He said, I will see what I can do. You go and see what they want. We went to police station with them and they booked a case against her and called up Nashik police and confirmed that Dolly is wanted in a case there. I gave my written report and gave my card and gave the hospital address, if they want to contact me. After 1 hour we went back to the party office and met his PA. He said, come in, Mr. Naidu is waiting for you. He had pushed his other meetings. We went and met him and explained what I do for the elections. I told, if you give us the data from the last elections, we can give you predictions based on different scenarios. He said, we are planning to go for seat sharing with BJP. I said, if you give me some data, I can give some idea of what can be done. He asked, what kind of data do you need? I said, the past election results data. Which candidate got how many votes? He said, I think we can provide that. How can you do that? I said, we have helped Haryana's present government in winning the elections. The CM's daughter is our partner in the software business. We feed the data and we check different scenarios and come out with a combination. We are working with Maharashtra Sena at this time. He asked, what are you doing with them? I said, we are strengthening the party from the grassroots. Recently they had a meeting in our bungalows for finalizing the agenda for the coming elections. How? He asked. We took ideas from the members to serve the people. The only way to win elections is for the people to believe they will not get a raw deal after elections. We got them to do some welfare activities before elections, so they will believe in the party. He asked, do we need to do that here? I said, the people already believe in the party. A small push is required from the party to win elections. I think seat sharing will do the trick. If you win the elections, don't forget to give a boost to the software industry. He asked why. I said, I see the future of the software industry here in Hyderabad. We are going to invest here. He said I will get the data for you, where it should be sent. Nandini gave her card and said send it to me, I will pass on to him. He read and said so you are a hospital administrator. I said I have come to install the software in their hospital. He said if you come through for us in the elections, we have some hospitals where we would like to introduce the software. We took the leave and came out. Nandini said catching the dolly has helped in us getting a meeting. I looked at her and asked don't we have an appointment to meet Mr. Naidu? Rahul said go and meet his PA, he will arrange a meeting with him. I asked are we going to gate crash a meeting with him? Oh, great. She said it all worked out in the end. We caught two birds with one arrow. I said I think it is one shot. She said whatever you caught your criminal mastermind and you got to meet Mr. Naidu. I said thanks for your help. She asked are you thanking me sarcastically? I said no, I am really thankful for your help. We returned to Rohan's flat. We changed and sat on the sofa and switched on the TV. Nandini put her hand behind me, caught me and snuggled up and sat. Her chest was touching my back. I thought she sat like that purposefully. There is a romantic scene going on the TV. I turned to her, kissed her on the cheeks. She turned her head and kissed me on the lips. We went to the bedroom and continued our escapades. This time it was different with me. I don't know about Nandini. I felt I was in this world, unlike the last two times where I was transported back to 1987. Why I did not understand. I looked at Nandini lay beside me. I felt the same emotion that she has given me, heartache. She is sleeping beside me and I am still feeling a heartache from her. Why? Is she possessive about me and would not tolerate seeing me with other women? But what can I do? I have already married 2 women and had affair with the other 2 women. Fearing heartache from her I have kept her away for all these times. I think I better break up with her using her own possessiveness. But I should give her time before doing that, otherwise, my payments with the hospital will be stuck. I have to receive payments for software and hardware supplied to her. Even though I have not supplied them for this relationship with her, but had to continue this for the sake of our company. Then I can break the news of other women in my life to her and she may herself move away from me. Or shall I offer her a partnership with our firm? How that making her partner would help me. Rather it would help her trouble us by putting brakes on everything we do at the firm. As a director, she can block my ideas to take revenge on me. At present all the board members listen to me and vote for my ideas. If there is an avenging angel on the board, I don't know what she can do. It is better to keep her away from our firm. She turned towards me, put her hand on me. Her boobs are touching my hand. I felt myself aroused by her touch. What is happening with me? Why I am getting aroused by her touch? Does she have so much control over my emotions? Even knowing her feeling towards me, why am I getting feelings about her? If there are no feeling then there won't be heartache. Why am I having feeling for all these women? Normally a person can have love for one person. But why I am getting connected with all these people? Why there is a strong connection I am having with these ladies? Why I want to keep them close? Why I want to keep Loveleen safe? Is her life being in danger as her husband's? Who was behind the murder of Guru? For the purpose of political mileage, I have said her father had him murdered. But it can't be true, because then Guru's family would want to take revenge. They must be aware that her father is not to be blamed for Guru's death. Otherwise, after all these rumors, something would have happened. Or else they would have gained from him being CM, they would have supported him in elections, knowingly it was Guru who will be targeted. How they would have felt about Guru's death. I don't know much about their family. I need to get more information about them from Loveleen. Nandini touched my crotch. Are you going to say what are you thinking? I felt aroused by her touch and said about you only. She asked then what are you thinking? I said how marvelous is our lovemaking is. She said do you think so? I said let us try again and check it out. It's now 7 p.m. and I said shall we go out or shall we cook something here? Nandini said I don't know if we have something for cooking. I said then let us go out. She said I will get ready and come. I asked her what are the happening places around here. She replied I heard from a friend there is a jazz bar opened recently, shall I check? I said please. She called her friend and told me that it's nearby, shall we go? I said what are you waiting for? She went inside and dressed and came out. I am seeing her in a different version. She looked most modern in her dress. She said let us go. We went down to the parking and she took Rohan's car and we went to the bar she mentioned. We went and sat down at a table. On the stage, jazz music is being played by a band. It is a new experience for me. Normally I don't go to bars or dancing places. So, I sat there enjoyed the music with my drink. We ordered some snacks with our drinks. When the concert finished we went out to a nearby restaurant and had dinner and returned to Rohan's flat. I sat down on the sofa and called Nandini to come close. She came and stood before me. I pulled her into my lap and kissed her and said you are looking sexy. She asked am I? I said you are damn sexy and started kissing her. Which turned into a frenzy and we had our final act together. She moved away from me, and I went and changed and went into the bedroom and lay on the bed. She came and lay beside me. I looked at her and she had changed into nightwear. I looked at her and looked at the ceiling. How to get her to marry her parents' choice. She turned towards me and put her hand on my chest and kissed me on the cheek. I looked at her and turned my gaze towards the ceiling. She asked what are you looking on the ceiling? I said you see that dot on the ceiling, I am looking at it. She said there is no dot on the ceiling. I said that's what I am telling, I'm not looking at anything. She said sometimes you talk funny. I asked then why aren't laughing? She asked what? I said if I am talking funny, why are you not laughing? She said not that kind of funny. I said now I know there are many kinds of funny. She said there is no use in arguing with you. I said then don't argue with me. She looked sharply at me and I sat on the bed. She asked what happened to you suddenly. I said I want you to marry the match fixed by your parents. She asked why should I marry at your suggestion? It is not a suggestion, it is a request, I said. She said angrily who are you to give me suggestions or requests? I said you ask your heart who I am. She put her hand on her heart and said who is Kumar? It is not answering. I said I know the answer must have reached your brain, but you don't want it to come out in the open. Now tell me what is it saying? She said you are my well-wisher. I said see now you know why I am telling you this. She said I want to wait for some time before accepting the match from my parents. I asked what will you do until then? She said until I am married, I want to be with you. I said okay, you want to be with me, you are here and I am there. She said I will come with you to Bombay. I thought in Bombay already 3 ladies had their hooks into me. I said if you come there behind me, Sahithi will kill me and bury me in the sand behind our house. Nandini said she will not know. I asked why she will not know. She said do you think I don't know what you do with Sunitha in her office? I put my innocent face and asked what do I do in her office? She hesitated to use the F word and finally said you make love to her in her office and Joy told me. I thought it is Joy's work to put fire in our relationship. I said what she knew about us. Sometimes we have to discuss some matters related to software development. I put Sunitha to spy on them to know what are they doing not completing development. Joy must have found out and filled your ears in anticipation of you spreading the rumors. She said do I look like spreading rumors? That's what I am saying. She expected you to spread her rumor and you did not fall for her deceit. She asked do you think she wants me to spread rumors? I said otherwise why would she tell lies? If 10 people say a lie it becomes the truth. She said yes, you are correct and again lay beside me putting her hand on my chest and making circles on my chest. When a woman does that means she wants to ask something. She said can you give me a child? I said what? She said give me a kid. I said if you marry, your husband will give you children, how many you may want. She said I want from you. I said how that is possible, what your parent may say. What the society will say. What will he be called? Fatherless child. She said you can give Lovelina a son, why can't you give me one? I said did I sleep with her giving her son? She has done it secretly, I did not even know until she told you that day. She said really you did not know, tell me. I said I suspected she had done something like that when her father has announced it on national television. Because when her supposed impregnation she was in Bombay only. Nandini asked but why you can't give me a child? I said at the time of her announcement of pregnancy she has her husband beside her. As a final word to stop her from arguing more on the topic, I said, "You get yourself a husband, then I will think about it." She said, "Promise." I said, "Promise." With the act of getting a promise from me, she turned the other side and slept. I thought, when would she ask me to fulfill her promise that too after getting married? Would she get married to a person like Guru? I would not want my worst enemy, if she is a woman, to get married to a guy like Guru. I drifted off to sleep and got up as if someone woke me up. It has become a problem for me. I could not sleep it off even on Sundays. I always wake up as if someone tapping me or with a jolt or something. I did not understand why. I got up, went to the bathroom, brushed and went to the kitchen, made 2 cups of coffee and woke Nandini and told her to have coffee. She said, "Let me sleep, yar." I caught the bedsheet on her with the intention of pulling it. When I saw her naked underneath, I let it drop and sorry and put the coffee and came back to the hall and sat on the sofa. She came after 2 minutes with the coffee cup in her hand and asked, "What were you saying?" I said, "Sorry." She asked, "Why sorry? What did you do?" I said, "I was about to pull the bedsheet from you, then saw you like that and let it. That why I said sorry. I thought you would crawl into the bedsheet, instead you were telling sorry." I said, "Now I am really sorry for not crawling into your bedsheet." She said, "Okay, apology accepted." I got up and kissed her and said, "Thanks for accepting my apology." I said, "I will have a bath and come," and went and picked a towel and went into the bathroom. I put the clothes I was wearing on the clothesline and turned on the shower. The water hit my body and I felt refreshed. I heard a sound and turned towards the door, and Nandini came into the bathroom and closed the door. I said, "Come on, we will have a bath together." She said, coming, and removed her clothes and came into the shower. I pulled her towards me and kissed her. She kissed back and we kissed with our lips and tongue for some time under the running water. Then I turned her from the other side, entered her from the back and started to move while catching her boobs with my hands. She moaned with pleasure and I was having a great sex of my lifetime. I don't know why it is always different with her. I always receive the greatest pleasure with her. That must be the reason I stayed with her instead of going to a hotel. How much I had sex with her. I am not satisfied fully and wanted another session with her. I feel like she would go away in the next minute from me and I need to satisfy my lifelong pleasures with her. When I am sure that she was satisfied, I let her go and completed my bath. She had her bath and came out. By the time I dressed up and sat on the sofa reading the day's newspaper. There is an article in the newspaper that a notorious gangster was caught in the night in a police raid. The information has been provided by an accomplice of his named Dolly. He is referred to as RK, his name being Rakesh Khanna. She was an accomplice of his for a long time and she was running the gang in the front while he sits behind the curtain and runs the show. The police are interrogating both the gangsters and gathering information on their activities and other members of the gang. With the capture of these gangsters, the police are confident of solving many cases involving the gang. I called up Kurat and asked him did he read the news article. It seems they have not given much importance to the news as it was caught by Andhra police. But a small news article placed in the national news page. He said after reading that there is not much information in the article. I read the article in the local newspaper and he was elated with joy. I said, "Now Dolly and her boss are caught. You don't have to be scared of her like the time they took you on your own bike to their hideout and left you there." He said, "Yes, I am happy." I said I gave the police some leads and they did not follow them properly, otherwise they could have caught them earlier. Now at last they are caught and your problem is solved. He asked, "What are you doing in Hyderabad?" I said, "Catching Dolly." He asked, "Surprisingly it is you who caught Dolly." I said, "Who else can do that? She not known to anyone here and she boldly went to the party office. I don't know what she has in mind. But when I saw her I called security and police and they arrested and took her into custody. I asked them to check with Nashik police to verify about her cases against her. That is enough to keep her under custody. It seems when they interrogated her she informed about her boss and he was caught overnight. I think you never met him. He said, "I never met him and never heard about him." I said, "Inform Mahira. I don't have much time, I have to go the hospital." He said, "Okay, bye," and cut the call. Mahira is another one who is interested in the news. Nandini came after dressing and came and sat beside me. She said, "We will have our breakfast at the hospital. I will order something from the cafeteria." I said no problem. I showed her the news article and she read it and said I think we will have a good traction with Mr. Naidu with this. I said I hope so. They should not feel inconvenienced about the police inquiry into why she came there, etc. She said they should thank us for unmasking the gangster who had come to their party office. What purpose she could have come for? I said their main aim is to cheat people and banks. They must have come with a plan. I think we caught her before she could talk about her plan. He may not even have met her. She might be waiting to get a meeting with him. I kissed her and said let us go to the hospital. We walked to the hospital and I went to the room allotted to us. I asked the developer what is his name. He said Mohan. I asked Mohan how things are going on. He said except for some problems with the hardware and networking, everything is working fine. And this packet came for you. I looked at the from address. It is from Mr. Naidu. He must have sent the data I requested from him. It seems after the police enquiry, he must have felt confident of giving us some work. I removed the papers and gave them to Mohan and said if you don't have any other work feed this data into this application and showed him how to feed the data. Told him when he finishes to inform me, I will be with Nandini. He said okay and started to feed the data in the application I indicated. It is just for data entry and I have to copy the data into my laptop to Verity. I went and sat with Nandini and opened my laptop. I continued the story. I was looking at her and typing as she entered into my story and I want to describe her and how I felt when I first met her. She lifted her head and asked why are you looking at me rather than the computer? I said I am thinking how beautiful you look and why did I keep you away for so long? She said until that day you visited my room I had no idea about you. At the time you were twice married with children. I always thought of you as just a friend who was helping me. When you told me you had been in my room and how you felt about me then it occurred you were the person I was waiting to meet again. Then when you said you don't want to have anything to do with me, I was disappointed. But when you had to go to Delhi after death of Guru, I thought I should accompany you to Delhi and we'll have another chance to impress you to come together. But we were together and love lean hog the limelight during the period and I did not get to connect with you again. Until that day at Rohan's flat I did not understand what is our connection with each other. I said Rohan told me about your story of 1987 when you have encountered your guardian angel or savior. I did not have any idea of my involvement in that, until you told me about that I am the one who stayed with you that night. Until the other night I had no idea what we have done that night. Nandini asked how do you know what happened that night? I said when I had been with you, I recollected what happened that day. After that we went to the restaurant and again our night with you. Those 2 times I had felt that I have been transported to 1987 to be with you. I still feel that it was me that night who has kept your company. You told me I came to you that night but I feel I have not been present there but I have been transported there from here from the time we had sex. I felt the same way second time also. But after that I did not feel that way of being transporting to 1987. She said I felt the same the first 2 times. I felt you had been distant with me but next time you were with me and I felt complete satisfaction. Yes, I also felt the same way with you. I also thought I was in 1987. But how is that possible? I said if Lena can come and go from some other time or dimension anything can be possible. Nandini asked are you sure she went away to the place where she came from? I said when she came over here, I felt a disturbance in my heart. Something has happened until I went and brought her back. I was restless. But this time she went missing I did not feel any disturbance and instead I felt a calm like something good happened. She asked now what will happen to us? I said only time will tell. The phone rang. It is Mohan telling me that he had fed the data. I told him to put the data on the server and I will pick it. I checked the server and the data is placed there. I copied the data into my laptop, and run the program processing data. It should take some time for processing. I said I will have a fag and came out and lit a fag and stood there thinking. Completing the fag, I came back to Nandini's cabin. She is not there. She must have gone on some errand. I looked at the process running. It is already completed. I have optimized the process and it runs in minutes. I run the report program and checked various combinations and printed them and called the phone number mentioned on the envelope. Mr. Naidu's PA took the phone. I identified myself and asked him to give me a time. I would like to discuss the data sent to me. He told me to come after 4 p.m. I said I will be there and cut the call. I sat there studying the reports until Nandini came with some brunch for us. She said sorry for the delay, I ordered from the canteen and they forgot to send it here. So, I went myself and brought it. I said it's okay, and we had our breakfast and she got an attender to get us tea. I told her we have a meeting at 4 p.m. She nodded her head. It seems she is thinking about if I go back to Bombay, what she will do. I had the tea and made some notes from the reports and put aside the papers. I told her don't worry, I will be coming back to Hyderabad, now we will start our operations here. She asked, are you sure? I said to see you at least I will come regularly here, okay. She said happily okay. Mohan came running to me and said there is a call from Pauline. She said to expect a call from the paints company on this number. I said I am coming to his room. I looked at Nandini and asked what is the urgency. I went to his room and sat down on the chair there. The call came after 5 minutes. I lifted the phone and said hello. It is Jathan from the paints company. I asked him what happened. He said there is an emergency in the Madras branch and Mr. Kathuria is not available and his man is there and he could not solve the problem. I tried to call you from the card you gave me and Mr. Kurat gave me your office number. When I called there the receptionist said you were in Hyderabad and gave me this number. I said okay, so what can I do? He said you need to go to Madras immediately and correct the problem. Our chief accountant said they will reimburse all the expenses for your journey. I said I have a meeting in the evening, if I go by tomorrow morning flight will it be okay? He said it is okay, you go to Madras. There is a hotel close to the airport, it is named Classic 3-star Hotel. You go there and take a room and our Madras branch manager will come and pick you up from there. I said okay, I will catch the morning first flight. Give me a phone no of Madras branch, I will book a ticket and inform them of the flight timings. He said to note down the number and gave me the number. I noted down the number, said bye and cradled the receiver. I went to Nandini's cabin and told her about the Madras trip. She said is it necessary to take up others' work? I said we are looking for an opening into Madras, it could be this. If we can sell them our factory software, we will have a footing in Madras. I can send our developers, but they don't know the sales. So, it should be me. She said I will also come with you. I said you might get bored there. She said let us stay there for 2 or 3 days and see the sights around Madras. I said okay, if you say, get us 2 tickets for tomorrow morning. She called their agent and asked them to book 2 tickets to morning flight to Madras.